of the Whole for Tuesday, January 30th, 6 p.m. Council Chambers. We would like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Inca, Kapma, and Silk people. And that's all I've got on my agenda. So I will hand it back over to the powers that be. And you're off, Kevin.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council. Before we get into capital, do we have any follow-up on any of the remaining service lines with the operating budget from last night?
Mr. Green, can you fill us in on the table up at the airport just so we know what we're looking at on that one? Because that was an outstanding item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, that table's 12 feet by 4 feet, and the room is actually 18 by whatever the width was. It'll fit in there just beautifully if that's what we want to do.
Yep, take it. Yeah, it's just sitting there doing nothing. It's been sitting there for 4 years doing nothing.
Yep. On another subject, while we're at it, those bulbs you asked about.
Yep.
Sounds like the bulbs themselves are about $1,000 a piece. Ooh. And then there's a bunch of other things that go in.
Yeah, there's the sheath they go into and the whole bit. Here's another one. We know how long lifespan we get with those?
They're supposed to get 10,000 hours.
Okay.
Did some homework on that.
Okay, good.
The ones we were getting before weren't getting anywhere near that. The last one we had is actually exceeding it. Okay. So I think Kevin had said they changed suppliers at one point. So I remember hearing about it before. But yeah, the one that's currently there is north of 10,000.
So we can pull that table cost off, Kevin, the one that you had in red there? That can be...
Certainly, I've extended that over to the whole, to the second column,
okay.
Which shows that you approved it.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Okay. Appreciate it. Sorry. Regan?
The only other thing I would like to bring up is that I thought there was something mentioned about the museum, and I was wondering if anybody had any follow-up on that.
So in the capital budget, we had the fire monitoring system, all the facilities. The only one I call all.
Now, Dana, I've been to the museum and the senior center, and they're talking about updating their PA system and something else, but I didn't see anything that came forward from that. So I don't know if they're doing it in-house or what they're doing on that, but I haven't seen anything from the museum at all.
Other than the...
Yeah, other than the
monitoring system, and we have, I mean, this may be just coincidentally around the same time, finishing up some of that lighting stuff that Mr. Green's department was working on, so maybe it kind of all got that work's happening. So
okay. Would that have anything to, do we ever update that lighting in the hallway going through the Rail Yard Mall, heading towards the museum? Was that ever done?
Some of that work has happened and brightened it up. I think there, Mr. Green, I believe that's from the mall to the museum. You've dealt with that lighting issue, correct?
Yeah, so that was So yeah, we did a quick look at what lighting was available on city facilities there already, got them fixed. Facilities did work on that. And then there was going to be a review after the fact to see how they're performing in the dark. By and large, the report I got back on that is generally working fine unless we want to add a whole bunch more and pay for it, I guess. But the intended lighting is better than it was when nothing was working. There's some areas there that aren't our city property that requires the mall to light up and things like that they haven't got fixed up.
And then have we put a request in through to the Patterson Group to fix that?
Sky had mentioned a while back that he was in contact with the folks at the mall about getting their lights fixed. Yes, not sure where he's at with it.
But he's no longer with us, so.
Well, he is, but
he isn't.
Not in that position.
Yeah.
So that would be on the new director's table, and it's probably on his to-do list.
We point our finger at you. Come to the mic. Stop talking.
Mic, young man.
Your worship, yes, we've already contacted A&D Property Maintenance. They're in charge of the mall maintenance and the lights, so they've been, Sky let me know about it, so we have communicated with them to get their lights up and running. Just now have to do a nighttime check to ensure that they were done.
Great.
Is there anything from last night that anybody has any queries or questions about? We're off. Kevin?
So we'll switch gears to capital tonight, and we may need to come back to the operational budget as we start making final decisions around taxation levels. We'll switch gears here to capital. Before we get into the spreadsheet, I'll just go through some of the summary comments that were in your pack. So in the first draft of the plan that we presented in December in Committee of the Whole, had about $95 million in capital and capital risks that I would call within that 5-year bylaw window. So we've identified several deferral candidates. We've updated for some spend that occurred in 2023 that won't be required bylaw window. And we've also got a few projects that are information when we present in December. So there's a couple things that have happened. There's a heat exchanger crack on top of City Hall we need to do imminently. We now need to add into the request. There was a pump failure at the pool. There's another one that we need to add for 15. So about $50,000 in total that we'll review that are new requests from in December. So if all potential deferral candidate projects that we'll go through tonight line by line are accepted by council, the second draft would be at $43 million range. We still have some further decisions to make around the level of support that we offer for asphalt sidewalk perspective. So that really doesn't have a funding mechanism plan as it stands today, given our precarious reserve position, reluctant to use too much of that for this, and so we'll have to work through conversation what level we want to provide over the next 5 years and what funding mechanism in our operational, etc. But all said and done, there's about a 55% reduction in drafts of the capital plan. So you'll see a few themes tonight as we go through line by line. The first theme that you'll see is that the East Merritt Utility Corridor, we've elected to focus solely on the critical sewer pipes and to leave some of the nice to haves around active transportation paths, the road work, replacing some of the water lines in that area for when funds are available. We've also deferred all of the wastewater treatment plant capital out of the bylaw window on the condition that we continue funding that reserve, building that for future upgrades. Boat Street past the hospital, what we're proposing to do is to invest about $400,000 in surface work and defer some of the major water, sewer, and road work outside of this window. We have permanently removed the Queasby extension, so that's factored into the plan as well. There's some projects, especially in the community services area, that we will make grant contingent upon your approval, and we'll seek to package those up into some applications over the next few years. And then there's about $3 million across all other deferral options. That'll get us to that second draft of $43 million. So as we switch gears to the spreadsheet here, and I'll try and make this bigger, and we'll just leave the funding mechanism off to the side so that it's a little easier to manage. The first section, frozen, so we just have to give me a minute here. The first section works through up until the gold line what you were presented in December. So that essentially reconciles up to that first draft of capital. And then in between the two gold lines is where we've got changes for council consideration. So all lines are available for discussion, council approval tonight, but we'll also discuss some of the options that staff will put forward in between draft 1 and draft 2. We'll work through all the different sections of capital one by one, and we'll start with water capital. Still frozen. Certainly.
Prior to this,
For water and sewer,
whatever the free.
want to come up and address that line in particular?
We have three different primary areas that need to have model maintenance done, which is do the modeling of the systems, one being stormwater system, which wasn't approved last year, sewer and water were. So the continuation of managing that model as we get new developments online, we have to keep our hands on these things and keep them up to date so that they're useful to people when they're doing new developments, asking about downstream and upstream impacts of their developments and things like that. So keeping those things fresh and up to date is sort of where we're trying to get to with this stuff. I think the last model update we had on the water was 2014 or something like that. So it seems like every time we get a development being proposed and we ask them to analyze their impacts on the water system, they obviously ask for the model, which we have old information, and then there's a lot of this going on trying to battle who's getting what information. So we want to keep these things up to date, fresh, and available for use at all times.
So that's what you saw in the first draft of the plan in December. So I've just tried to recharacterize it now that we were able to discuss council priorities. So you'll notice priority one was the pipe bridge replacement thing. So I've just tried to recharacterize that presentation to different buckets. So the first section was carryover projects. Second section is our annual maintenance capital and operational capital for that area. I was able to identify some of council's key priorities. I've tried to flag those. So we have the pipe bridge, the Kengard well, and the Collettville well pump replacement. And then in between the two gold lines here are where we see potential changes between draft one and draft two. So the first thing we did was update for any work that was invoiced at the end of the year. So we did have some invoices come in Boat Street. We're able to reduce the capital request for based on work completed in 2023. We have grouped the Kengard well into a design and a construction phase and have progressed some conversations with grant funders on that application since we met in December. Boat Street past the hospital. So here is where we're looking at investing about $400,000 to surface. I think we can defer some of the water and sewer. Those pipes start to get away, not underneath the road at a certain point in and around the hospital. So if we can get to that point where we have access to those, we can for that work out of the 5-year bylaw window.
So again, this budgets are not my strong suit. So the connection of, or the continuation of Boat Street past the hospital, to me at this point is not something that has to be done.
Correct. So that's basically what we're trying to
Okay.
characterize is that we would invest in doing the surface, but we would defer the work on the water, sewer,
Okay.
and some of the major road work. We just have to get to a certain point where those pipes become available and accessible.
Right,
So if we can
okay.
do the surface, potentially save on capital.
Because I think
in
we
the
kind
near
of
term.
decided last year that we would continue to grant fund mine for Boat Street. Because at some point, we're going to also have to talk about the roundabouts at Parker and the other place.
Correct.
Yeah, so we've talked about grants for that as we move forward. We knew we had to do this piece now, which is being done by the MAD money from last March, so.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, and a partial reserve contribution.
Mr. Green?
So if I may to help out with the logic there, the piece from where our project's leaving off all the way up to River Ranch Road is some of the worst asphalt we have on that road, oddly enough. So the idea is to redo the pavement just on top, do a light mill and inlay to get that resurfaced.
Right.
The sewer and water pipes come up a little bit past the hospital, then they jump into the right of way and stay off the road. So they're gonna be less subject to road dig ups if anything breaks anyway. So the general logic is we can push things out possibly 8-10 years or more if we can just manage the surface for a while and leave the piping alone and get a little bit more life out of it.
Yeah, it's kind of what I remember the conversation.
Yeah. And the roundabouts themselves, in my view, would, when they do come to fruition, would be largely completely DCC money if approved that way, because they are a capacity increase 100%, because they're improving the intersection. So at that point, we probably wouldn't have to worry about spending any of the other dollars on that, that it could be just DCC.
Councilor Regan?
Yeah, that sounds pretty logical. However, I'm just thinking that if you're gonna spend a bunch of money to just surface something, eventually it's gonna cost us more money. Why can't we just do it all at once, just because we don't have the money?
Pretty much.
Yeah, that end of it, I think, came in at around
I
$6
know, but
million.
it just seems, yeah,
But I
Yeah.
think that when he's talking about where the services are no longer under the road, we can look at making those adjustments without digging up the road,
I know,
right? So,
but pipes and those kinds of things are under the road.
no, that's where they're not under the
Oh,
right of way. So
Okay,
they're under the, adjacent to the road.
Yeah, they're under the road for the first little bit, and then they jump out into the right of way where the hotels are and whatnot. So the general idea is to try and defer as much of the major capital, rebuilding it, doing all the heavy work, curb and gutter and all that stuff through there down the road, so we can focus on other things that are probably higher priority. But that particular section of asphalt's pretty bad. So if we can tune up the surface, maybe we can buy ourselves 8, 10, 12 years before we have to get back into it again. Maybe things look different.
okay, thank you.
And substantially less for the cleanup. What were you saying, 400, 450?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just-
We're deferring 7 million by doing that, investing 400,000. So that's the trade-off we're trying to make.
And
That's a good trade-off.
hopefully that's, yeah, over 12 years, that's a huge.
I don't know if you can answer this question, Mr. Regan, but the roundabouts, the first one, I do believe we have to have a land situation with the First Nations in that, do we not?
Yeah, so the property on the old grassland site there, when it goes to development, will need some property line adjustments through that whole process. There's also a corner on the other side that it looks like it's been tried to be bought three or so times already and failed. We'll probably have to get back at that at some point or move the
Okay.
whole thing over a little bit.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
But, as I drive up and down that road, not every day, but most days, it seems like the road Vote Street is getting wider, and then we are already assuming some of that grasslands property. Is that not true?
No, we're staying currently inside of our own right of way, which is basically just outside the power poles on each side in. There'll be a pathway on that side, on the grassland side, that is gonna extend all the way down to connect up with the other pathways and stuff on top, so.
Okay, because I think that would be a question on a lot of people's, because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, we'll need the right of way adjustment when turning lanes and things like that happen and the roundabout happen, in and around the grassland site. There was a sliver of property required to do the full build out properly.
No, my question's been asked. I just wanted to make sure I was aware of the fact that we had to do some land swoggling there with the roundabouts. And then again, also too, the roundabouts are gonna be dependent on grant funding. The whole thing is gonna be dependent on grant funding.
Well, the roundabouts potentially could be DCC.
Yep.
Which we have DCC money, it's just how we spend that DCC money and if it's approved.
Yeah, and property's holding that up right now. The one up on Walters could probably go, but then the rest of the road around it isn't done, so it's cart horse, one or the other, right?
Okay, thank you.
I didn't. Still in the. Okay. Green, do you want to come back? back to the mic for a second, just discuss the Collettville well pump replacement.
Awake.
So one of the things that in your priority list is priority 3, which is the Collettville well pump replacement. Mr. Green has had to action that because if we fail there, if we lose another station, we're kind of done, right? Like,
Yeah, so that pump failed, mid to late through last year. It was, at that point, decided we deferred and put it in the budget, because we probably couldn't get it all done immediately at that point anyways, but yeah, we're getting to that point where we just pushed it forward and gotta fix stuff when it breaks, so.
Yeah, no problem. I
so
think
that's in there and it is essentially at this point already,
yeah, I think that's,
already allocated.
yeah, because it'll start putting stress on all the other pumps, so yeah, I 100% agree. We should get that up and running. No,
Collettville.
Caldwell. Yeah. I don't know what it's called.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is that the one at Midi Valley?
Or it should be the one just over the bridge, is it not?
Yeah, it's the one just over the bridge, where the temporary dog park used to be.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of the water storage. That's
No.
more past Barkman's there.
No,
No, so that's a booster station and then a reservoir on the hill down there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's been for some time, that pump.
Yeah, it's been down for a bit now, yeah.
Just so you know, that's
yeah.
being actioned.
Yeah, and I think we agreed that that's how that would go if it had to come to that. I think we agreed to that. I think we agreed with the Norgard Bridge situation. That had to be done as well because it was in the state that was in. And I think we agreed that if you had to action, call it Bill, you had to action. It was that simple, so. I don't think you'll see anything other than that, so.
So essentially, we've reduced about 5 million draft 1 and draft 2, leaving that's water. Or any other questions, conversation?
No water, no sewer, no city.
Thank you.
I'm going to totally
I'm gonna get that tattooed somewhere.
So as we transition to sewer, we've got some carryover capital from 2023, our annual operational capital, and some of the priorities from the December discussion. So we had some of the compost facility safety improvements that will need to be made regardless of whether we in operatorship or outsource that. We identified some of the operator room safety improvements at the plant, some of the gas detector replacement, and the wastewater treatment plant lab equipment. Some of the things that we've changed in between drafts, we have updated for some of the invoices that were received in 2023. Have again removed the sewer portion, Bow Street past the hospital. We've pulled out all of the wastewater treatment plant capital, given that we have a plan in place to start building some reserve. That in your pack, so I've updated that reserve projection, course for that 5% annual increase. I think that'll leave us with about 11 million 10 years. Today's interest rates, the plant capital that was in the plan was 24, so we are still short 15. Go through the next few years, we'll refresh that conversation, see if there's an appetite to try and increase that pace of reserves or have a continued plan around taking on some debt. Some of the deferral options, we looked at the compost site, which originally had a December budget of 300,000. We tried to identify the absolute most critical items that would need to be done, so we've made a % reduction, 1,000 there, and then we have created an option where we can for the operator room out of the 20 plan, given cash pressure. those were the options that we brought forward. Conversation.
Councilor Regan?
Yeah, if you defer those improvements to that site, how's that gonna affect?
Thank you. I believe we talked about reducing the investment out there for right now. So what that would do is allow me to focus on the things that are very specific to the working environment for the employee. And we can work into some of the other bigger items over time and see how things go. It's one of those ones where we haven't got a full plan yet, but we know we need to get a proper workspace for them. We need to probably, get the water improved. I think there's 3/4 inch hose type service there right now. So we're thinking about that. We need a washroom on site, little things like that. And if we focus on possibly a used office trailer with a washroom, or, I know they have actually heated outhouses now that you can get, which are great. So there's a few different options we want to look at. And my suggestion is just sort of let us get into it rather than plop the whole budget at it now. We'll see how far we get and get that dealt with first, and we'll deal with the bigger picture sort of as time goes.
Okay, I understand that, but how does that affect the employee? Like how long has he been there or that person been there, and has he been promised certain things and?
Well, that's the thing. We'd be focusing on those things that are specific to the workplace for him, right?
So as we prioritize getting that work done, we haven't got a plan yet. So as we work it into all the other things, by the time we start doing some of those changes, we're going to be getting into 2025 anyways, right? So prioritizing, making sure he has a bathroom and make sure he has a warm space to go. We feel like that 150 to start with for the trailer, for the operator's room, will get us started. And by the time we get it all going, we'll probably be moving into 2025 anyways. So we'll see, it'll probably just split between those 2 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, right now the plan would be engage somebody to get a full topographic and site survey done of it, so we have a plan to work off of that we can start tweaking and making new plans. We'll have to look at the road alignment and grades coming in, the safety of the sloping, water coming to the site, trailer, bathroom.
Okay, then my next question would be, I thought we were still maybe talking about contracting that out.
Yep.
She got me. So, Director Green has prepared a briefing note that you will see prior to your February 27th council meeting. Just because Mayor won't be in chambers at the next meeting, we thought this will be a pretty big discussion about options and how we should approach those options, and whether we feel like we need to get some of this stuff done anyways prior to being able to appropriately cost out either a contractor or purchase of it. Like, however we're going to do it, some of these things we're going to have to do, or they're going to build it into the cost. Also, some of these things we have to know so we can actually scope the work properly. So that's why we're still going to continue working on this simultaneously to making a final decision about how it's going to be managed. Because it's kind of like a two-pronged attack at the moment.
And if we focus on, the environment of an office trailer that's heated with a space, lunchroom space trailer, it's portable, easy to either move to a different facility or sell later. We're not building a building. Same thing with washrooms and things like that. Either way, that site's going to need a better water service, and it's going to need a better road access down to it. We've already slid a truck off it once this winter already, so.
It is a slippery slope driving down in there.
Yeah.
So many things
In
to say.
big picture, big picture.
My head just got really inappropriate there.
Anyway, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, and this is largely a safety issue in how the site's organized, and workarounds are happening right now to keep people safe, and it'd be nice to get rid of some of the workarounds and get a stable workplace there, so.
Hold 19 million out, we'll leave 3 million in draft 2 sewer.
Stop fighting. We're stuck.
We're just trying to transition to Parks and Rec, unfortunately. Okay. So had a large number of carryover scope change projects, and then, or not a large number, a couple at the top there, and then everything else was what was part of first draft of capital. We've gone through and tried to identify what those savings look like. Pulled out about 743,000, which would leave us with investment of about 821. It's 5 years. So some of the areas where we thought deferrals might be possible were around the irrigation clock upgrade, currently not serviceable. The Fairley Park Playground rehab design and replacement is an option for deferral. The entrance signs, the rehab, what we were proposing is that we would defer. Behind the scenes staff are working an option of trying to some educational funding on works, so that would become a grant continuing project. We've got the side bed revamp at Maze, the curling parking lot. Possible cuts, skate park had some exterior maintenance premised in the plan. Potentially defer that and try and do some of that work house as resource allows. And then there's some decision points for council in terms of the Lions Park pathway connection. So that's a cut or defer. Decisions around the Central Park field safety netting. That was in the out years of the plan in 2028. And some work on the Central Park ball diamonds. 5,000. So that was where staff wanted to try and provide that % reduction for council consideration, but ultimately all of these lines are open to discussion and final count. Try and focus on it now.
Councillor Turney.
Yeah, I'm always for saving money and cutting, but you know what, I think that skateboard park is really widely used, and I would maybe like to see it come back in.
Yeah, and it's not it's a possible cut. I think that that when we talk about these things, like he's talking about doing some in-house repairs, which might be the thing to do this year, and then look at the Devon officer and I are looking at some work around sponsorship strategies for some of these recreational infrastructure. So things like playgrounds and state park, that sort of stuff. If we can get some more corporate sponsorship, we may be able to then bring it back into the capital plan for works, but not have to fund it in the next year.
Yeah, as long as we keep it in a condition where the kids can be there, because I mean, to me, that is one of the most used parks around all the time. It's not just on the weekends or whatever. The kids are doing everything on that park, and I'd really like to see it maintained and well used.
So I guess the question would be the in-house, is there any possibility that damage can occur if we don't move forward on this? Like, could you just give us an overview of what we're looking at? Because I drive by the skate park, it looks fine to me. I don't know what we're talking about here.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's exactly what I wanted to do, is give you an idea of what's actually happening there. So on the high side of the concrete, it takes a fair bit of traffic onto the dirt slope. And there's some areas along the back side where the dirt's pulled down and it's open underneath the concrete.
Okay.
So my original fixed plan was going to be to actually form up some areas and hard fill that with concrete. And the general idea of in-house work is we try and get in there and pack some dirt back in there and try and restabilize it that way as a bit of a patchwork quilt to save some money. So that was you know, there's a couple of different ways. I like the idea of the bigger fix, then I don't have to touch it again, but we can get in there and maintain it a little bit at a time, so. But basically, it's the underside of the concrete for the skate park is starting to develop, inverted sinkholes, I guess you'd call them.
So that would be, what, 15,000 for a full repair or just the in-house repair?
Yeah, I think the original 15,000 was the, forming up something there, get some concrete around those areas so it would come down to where the ground naturally fell away to.
What's the full repair cost? Do we know?
We pulled out all of that for now, given that it was our staff doing
Yeah.
Okay.
maintenance work.
Okay,
So it was 15,000 in draft one.
okay. Thank you.
And then with the park entrance signs, for instance, we have discussed, and I will discuss with representative on Monday, being able to maybe pull some of that funding that we have to reallocate into doing what we call placemaking work, which is sort of the city center revitalization, signage, interpretive signage, and we may be able to pull some of that in. So although it will come hopefully out of our funded capital, we'll have some grant funding in possibly even next week. I'll know about that. So we can still work those things, but we're trying to find alternative grant funding.
So basically, we have three things we could defer here if we wanted to.
So council has the option, that on every
Okay.
line, just to be clear, what we tried to do is create some conversation starters in terms of how we might source a 50% reduction in capital.
Well, as Councillor Charney is passionate about the skate park, I'm passionate about Fairley Park, because I know how much those little kids use that, because I live right there. And we do know that the playground equipment that's in there is outdated, and it's fairly dangerous, and there's you know, still sawdust fill in the bottom. You know, every time we go in there, we gotta look for needles and stuff. It's just the way it is, right? That's the world today. So I know a lot of smaller kids play on that, so I don't know if I'd want to defer that. And I know the fire department has worked hard on that, and it's really used. I mean, I know a lot of us drive by and we never see anybody in there, but there's actually a lot of little children that go in there because they're too scared to go to the bigger parks. So, and at some point in time, that playground equipment is no longer safe. It's just not. It was made years ago. Kids can get their heads through those holes and stuff, and there's big gaps where they can go through. It's fairly, so. That'd be the 20,000, right? Yeah, but that doesn't come until 2026. No, I know, I just want. No. It's just, I think we should do some work on that and get to a point where, you know, we have to, park that gets used a lot, like I say, we should start deciding what we want to do there.
And then it gives us lots of time to
Yeah.
look at sponsorship opportunities, corporate
It's
sponsorship.
just, yeah, no, not the whole thing right now. No, of course not. But I guess the other question I have, Mr. Green, if you can come back to the microphone. The other playground that I go to is down by the RCMP station, and there's a lot of tears in that rubber matting. Are we going to be addressing that at some point in time? Because I notice there's some big tears in there. At Rotary? Yeah. Are we okay with that as it is, or is there any way we can patch that? I'm just worried about a kid running around in there, getting their foot stuck in there and breaking their ankle or something.
Yeah, so the information I've got from the park staff on budget conversations was it's coming close to end of life.
Yeah.
So we put it a couple of years down the road to do the replacement on those particular items.
But if it becomes kind of a dangerous situation, we can move in. I mean, would it make sense at some point maybe to start cutting those out and just rubberizing that area with just your?
Yeah, I think there's some patchability if we have spots for sure.
I'm just worried about a kid breaking their leg in there or something, getting stuck in there. Or you get some genius child that decides to crawl actually inside of it.
I haven't actually been on the actual apparatus, so I don't know.
I
what the
go
condition
a lot.
is,
I mean,
so,
it's not a
yeah.
big tear, but you can see, and kids being kids like to pick at it, right? So
Yeah.
they start picking at it and then you're like, no, don't do that. Okay.
So your
Thank you.
worship, we did leave that in, but we assigned grant contingency
Yes.
to it. And so the thought was is that staff would
Sure.
those applications aggressively, but we didn't actually put that as a deferral option.
If we're cool with keeping an eye on it, making sure if we have to fix up a temporary fix, I'm okay with that. I just don't want somebody getting hurt in there. That's all.
You know, there are large companies in the community, national companies with Canadian maple leaf emblems that often donate playgrounds to community. Okay.
There was some playground, something.
Excellent. I might not harass them.
So, I guess, Councillor Etchart, you have a.
I was just supporting the same thing. I think that the skate park and our parks are important. Fairleigh Park is near Central School as well as MSS. It's used by a lot of people. We might not see everything, but you're not going to notice every toddler that's in there when you're driving by. Central Park in the summer brings in a lot of people. You may not hear a lot of complaints, but there's a lot of people who are thrilled when they can have the lights on and play baseball all summer and have the trucks. It's great. I don't use it myself, but I know a lot of people who do. And like last year, no, you're kidding. I don't belong on a ball field. It's last year, or was it the year before, where we had that ball tournament in the summer? We have so many. It's hard to even pin down how many. I think that all of those things are worthwhile. So I think we should probably at least do design work. The netting is not a safety issue, but till 27 anyway.
Mr. Zackel, are we working on trying to rent out the concession stand area there, or how's that progressing, and what are we looking at on that? Because that could be a form of revenue for us at some point.
Yes, Your Worship, I've just filled out an expression for interest. I'll be talking with Cynthia about that, and we'll be posting that in early February here. I've already had a couple people call and are expressing interest in doing that and running it even all year long if they can. So we're looking at options for that.
Good deal. Thank you. So, Council, here we are. What would you like to see happen in this section here? Well, the Fairleigh Park, as long as we're working towards a plan, that's fine. But the skate park, I agree, it gets used a ton, so I think we need to do the temporary fix for now with the idea of doing the bigger fix later on. Greenhouse.
Just give me a.
Well, so the greenhouse, I'm assuming, is for doing our own bedding plant situation? Yeah, okay. You don't have to come to the mic for that. Okay, come on up, because I kind of remember when you explained that to us, so.
So, thank you, Your Worship. We could cut that number down possibly in about half to, total of 4,000 maybe. Mike's come up with a couple of alternate solutions that would go on the side of a building rather than be a standalone. What we had proposed there was actually a fairly significant structural greenhouse that would be, snow loading and everything else. But there are options that if you wanted to wheel that back a little bit, when you look at the cost of ordering flowers and things like that, I'd really like to be able to seed plant our own stuff and get some things moving and save some money that way.
I'll be honest with you, for $7,500, I'd rather leave it at 75 and have something that can start to produce for us later on down the road where we can actually cut our costs. I mean, our buying is 45,000. If we can cut that almost down to nothing in 3 or 4 years, $7,500 seems like a small investment for that.
Yeah, and that was the general logic, is trying to do more ourselves during that time where we can start planting stuff, getting it growing, and moving it outside. So.
And you have enough people.
At that time of year when you're planting, yes, we can make it work, as long as it doesn't snow. But yeah, we can make that work.
Can you touch on the park entrance sign replacement?
So,
something I've never noticed.
Yeah, a number of the signs have been reported that they're getting dilapidated to some degree. The one over in Rotary Park, I noticed myself when we were over there putting that new fence in along, the safety fence along the river. So the idea there is to, you know, they're at that point where they could use refurb. What that looks like in general, very hard to say. We can do a number of different things, from bring somebody in to sand them down and refinish them in spot, or we can change things out. What have we got in there for?
About 25,000.
Yeah, that in my mind should cover the bulk of it depending on the path chosen, but it also gets us started on the worst ones. So I know the one with the little lid on it and stuff over in Rotary Park there, in my mind, it's getting to the point where it's gonna fall down on somebody.
Sure. And I'll be honest with you, when I was on council and our entrance signs had those Walker Stars that were so faded, I can't tell you how many times we got calls from people out of town saying, don't you take pride in your community? Why do your signs look like that? So people do notice when your signs are not where they should be. Are we talking about a sign for Vote Park as well, since we've done all, or is that in part of the upgrade?
Was there not a sign, or was it for the dog park only?
There's a sign that's kind of there for the dog park, and then there's that provincial, hey, we got some money for this path thing, you know. Is there?
Yeah.
Where?
On the corner by the dog park, I think.
Oh, I've never seen it. Oh, okay, forget about, okay. Yes, oh, sorry.
Concrete pads for picnic tables. It's down twice. One for 2,500 and one for 7,500.
20,000 actually, 25,000 and 20,000.
Is it?
Yeah. 25 at the top and then
Oh, right, it
20,000
is
halfway down in that 2024.
So that was a carryover from the 2023 budget at the
Oh,
top.
right.
And so those were items that council had approved last year's budget, rolled forward because on 2020. So those were rolled over into 2024, and then there's an amount to decide what that scope is like as an additional request.
So are we looking at
There's a-
45,000 then?
There's a bunch of benches and tables over in the yard that planning had ordered a year or so back. I want to get them out of the yard and onto something. Locations yet to be determined. I wasn't privy to the plan of where they were going when they were all ordered, but I know they're all in the yard and they don't belong there.
So this goes back to our work on downtown revitalization and placemaking, and you know, you come to Merritt and you can sit and have a picnic, or you come to Merritt and you can walk the downtown, and if you're, you know, you need a rest, you can set up. So there's a lot of work that I think we need to do around
The location?
those locations, and making sure that they match some sort of actual vision. So based on what development has done, and then some of the work that economic development and communications and community engagement manager will be doing, we're gonna try and, I know he wants them out now, but he's gotta give me a few months.
So I would imagine some of those picnic table things would be along the Colchana corridor where we put that new path in, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the thoughts I had
Right.
there, and adding some garbage cans and stuff. We have another phase of that project to tender out with the grant funding. The appurtenances, I labeled it. Catch that wordy word, so.
So is it mandatory that you have this cement pad underneath, or is it just because it's easier to maintain?
Largely, it's a maintenance thing. Also, if you have it on a gravel pad and it rains, you're gonna be getting mud tracked up on the people. So there's a bit of convenience
Okay.
on that side, on the user side, but definitely it sets up a much easier to maintain world, spend less time maintaining them.
Securing them? You're gonna secure
That
that to
too,
the
yep.
concrete, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bubble gum and weight, yeah.
So basically, so basically we have the concrete pads at 45?
As
But we've already
was
committed to-
presented in draft one, had previously approved,
We committed to 20.
but all options.
And just about how many pads would 20 give us, considering we don't have a concrete plant in town anymore? No, we don't.
Probably 10 to 15, depending on how tenders come in when we send it out. We actually got some pretty good skills in-house to do this. As you noticed last year, we did a couple of chunks of sidewalk and a pad over here by the thing, but those guys are busy unfortunately doing other things all the time. So but they do pretty decent work on these things.
So if we were to move ahead with the 20,000 for this year, that would be fairly sufficient? And move the other 25 to next year?
If you want, yeah.
I mean, that's just a thought.
Gonna say,
If that's what everybody's okay with, then let's do that. We'll go with the 20 we promised and move the 25 till next year.
It's actually, first the 25 was the
Sure,
carryover,
whatever it is.
I think.
Kevin. We're fine with either one.
Okay. So we'll accept the carryover and we'll defer residual.
Yep. I think one thing we have to understand is if you look at a lot of, on a nice night, if you look at a lot of these paths, a lot of people that are walking them are either seniors or close to being seniors. And it would be nice for a place for them to sit down every once in a while. So I think the more that we can, and it also makes your community look nicer.
Sit and watch the river, like,
In the river itself? I guess my next question on the next one down, the lawn bowling surface rehab. I didn't realize it was damaged when the pickleball went in. Is it unusable at this point, or is it semi-usable, or how is
So-
that?
My understanding of the history was when they built the pickleball courts, that area stopped being used, stopped being maintained, and it's sitting there in unusable condition right now.
Well, basically what ended up happening is most of the lawn bowling people passed away. We were down to like 3 people. And I haven't heard anybody talk about lawn bowling in the longest of time. So,
And I haven't got a call on it either, asking for when are you gonna maintain it, so.
so is there a situation where maybe we could use that, you know, just put in ordinary grass and use that for something else? Like I know at one point in time there was yoga classes going on there on summer nights. They were doing yoga on the lawn bowling area. Do we have a plan where we could use that for something else? And I mean, I know being a past greenskeeper, I know what it costs to do like a green or anything like that, and the maintenance to keep it there. Whereas if we just did ordinary grass like Puana, cut it low, is there something else we could be using that for?
So again, with the sort of the history that I've learned anyways, from what I understand, there was other stakeholders involved in funding that original construction of the lawn bowling thing. That we probably need to engage those stakeholders before we make a change.
So what ended up happening is when the lawn bowling used to be over by the museum, in order to get it was over by the museum. And it's now turned into, what's the name of the place that it is? The old folks home. Yeah, Gillis House. So the deal was made that if we moved them to a spot, they would always have a lawn bowling situation. And we kind of rescinded that, I think, in 2016 because we were down to almost nobody using the bowling thing. So that kind of was rescinded, which meant the stakeholders were rescinded as well, as far as I'm concerned.
Because I think there were some funding stakeholders as well. I think I heard TNRD had put some money into it potentially, and
That's possible, but I mean,
Yeah.
they would still be able to use it for their people, whatever we decide to put in there, right?
I think ultimately when a piece of infrastructure is signed over to the city has ultimate decision-making on that piece of
Oh,
infrastructure.
I agree.
No matter who it is, right? We've acquired that infrastructure, it belongs to the city. If we don't have people asking for lawn bowling, and it doesn't matter who else may have funded it, at this point in time, it belongs to the city. And we've absorbed
Well,
that
it's such a nice
infrastructure.
building, such a nice area. I'd like to see it be used for something else. I
Yeah.
mean, even if we put down ordinary grass and there was like badminton night every second night, or even bocce. You don't need to have, you know, bocce. I see people playing bocce in the park, so.
Yeah, green space is great and we can always use green space.
Councilor Egan?
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I'm thinking that it's being primarily used by the pickleballers right now. And what kind of, I'm not familiar with what they have to, what kind of courts they have to have and if they're permanent and how, if it's defaced the property so that it can't be used for anything else yet.
the lawn bowling
Yes.
thing itself, I mean, yeah, It's just, the surface is simply just unmaintained. It was disturbed, from what I understand, when the pickleball courts were built, trampled all over and whatnot, and
Yeah, the pickleball courts are separate
They're cement, by the way. Pickleball courts are cement.
and surfaced, right?
yeah, they took part of the old lawn bowling, made pickleball courts out of it. Now, part of the lawn bowling is there in rough shape.
Okay, so
So
people
we
could
can-
go and, either play,
Bocce, badminton, you know,
yeah,
pick up
whatever.
a pickup spot. It's just to
Yeah.
leave it empty and nothing happening. Well, anything.
Yeah.
We did have outdoor volleyball courts down by the Rose Garden, which cost us $11,000 to move and nobody ever used them again.
So again, this is a place where we may want to spend some more time
Yeah.
looking at community interest, because all of those things do, like, when you put a volleyball court in, an outdoor volleyball court in, you have to maintain the sand.
Well,
Right.
we wouldn't go sand. I'm just
Well,
saying,
yeah.
if we've got something that's not usable, and I guess I'll leave that with you and Mr. Zackel, is if we've got it not being used, how can we get it to be usable for cheap? If it can't be used for lawn bowling, and we don't have anybody that wants to lawn bowl anymore, then let's noodle something else in there and get it up so the people of the community can actually use it.
Yeah, and that's kind of where it stalled last time when I talked to Sky before, Dave. It was about, we have to engage the stakeholders that funded it originally, and that's kind of where everything stalled, because we're all busy and don't have time to go hunt people down, so.
Yeah, I have to agree with CAO. I think now that it's in our purview, it's ours to go ahead and do something with. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't think TNRD would give a hoot what we did with it. I think they would be kind of upset that we're not doing anything with it. I shouldn't say anything. I know there's pickleball there and we have our group in there in the building, but it's such a nice area that it would be nice to see it get used. And I'll leave that with you guys, so.
Well, maybe we should talk to the pickleball association here, because they're sort of looking after that property, and we'll see if they have any vision for that, or expansion plans or anything like that, and we'll go from there. But in the meantime, we can leave it as is and come back with a better plan.
Councilor Egan?
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Richard?
Yeah, pickleball, the old lawn bowling site is where Gillis House
Yes.
extended their
Yes.
site, and I think it's the dementia ward now. It used to be able to drive right through Jackson,
Yes.
right through.
Right through.
So of course now you can't do that. So I don't think that they would probably encourage activities anymore from the Gillis House to do lawn bowling, because they'd have to transport people. But I think that, you know, when they made that change, people were still lawn bowling, but that was how long ago now? It's been over 10 years, I believe.
Well over.
And people have taken a new interest. Like, nobody ever heard of disc golf a long time ago. Well,
Pickleball.
and pickleball is fairly new, so I think it's the new thing, and people are interested in that, and it's not just, it's for all ages. So I think that really, as long as we maybe ask the group and they're fine with it, maybe we should
We
just-
did have a deal with the Lawn Bowling Association, as long as they were a viable association, that we would have a spot for them to play.
Yeah.
That ended about 6 years ago.
I haven't heard, yeah.
Yeah, so
So even if we ask the
part of the deal was that as long as they were a viable club, they would have a place to play, but they're no longer viable.
so maybe we should,
So we kind of pulled that back, I
Yeah,
think, in
we
20.
can, we can work on confirming that there is no pickleball, or, lawn bowling association.
Well, I would
or
also
society.
look at the fact that you can look what we talked about in either 2014 or 2015,
Mhm.
when we came to that decision, that we weren't gonna honor that,
Yeah.
because we've already made a decision on that.
Mhm.
Sat on council and we made that decision.
Okay.
It wasn't unpopular, nobody was here to complain about it, because there just was nobody.
Yeah. So,
I think a lot of people are just really enjoying the pickleball.
Mhm.
So, I mean, as long as it looks nice and it's usable grass.
Councilor Cherney?
Point of interest, who is using the lawn bowling building
We are,
for?
our ROC is in there.
Okay, so all of it.
Not all of it,
Okay,
portion of it. Pickleball uses some of it,
okay,
but we're in there with our ROC.
okay. Well, that's what I wondered what all of it was being used for.
That kind of got off topic, sorry. It's just such a nice building, I'd like to see something done with it. Thank you.
anything else in that section?
I think we have to be fairly cognizant that people pay taxes and expect these things to be there for them. So, and I'm really thinking the greenhouse for $7,500 is a no-brainer. Why would we not move in that? We can save ourselves. I mean, even if we saved ourselves a couple thousand in the first year, I don't see a reason to pull that. Councilor Richard?
I was just noticing that in the 25 column, we have the park replacement. And wouldn't we have to address that surface then as well, part of that? So if you're concerned with it now.
But you guys just replaced that, I think, your second year in.
Yeah, I think so, because it was a
So-
leak
So
in
the
there.
spray park surface, so that spray park surface is coming to end of life. Right?
But if you're replacing the spray park,
Well, what we're thinking potentially is to go to a concrete, so not have a surface,
Yeah.
just use the concrete.
So, just so you know, we had that. And there was too many injuries, so we went to a rubberized compound.
And everybody else is going back to concrete.
So just so
Yeah.
you know, we were there at one point in time.
Yeah, and most of the new ones are getting
Yeah.
built just straight
Yeah.
concrete again.
Because I remember when it went down, when it goes down yellow. The whole thing's yellow and then it starts to age and it goes to the color it's supposed to be. But that's one of the reasons why we put it in there when I was on council, is we had too many people complaining about it. What's the pump life, what's the pump life for that spray park? I know it's on, off all summer long, is that?
Yeah, and that's part of the initial plan, if I'm reading this correctly, and my memory's any good, we were gonna do a rehab design on the thing, figure out everything we need to do to it, and also know that the rehab would come afterwards, so we need to spend some money figuring out all the systems, what's gotta be upgraded, get it all spec'd out, so that we can then go to tender and get something done in the following year.
So that 350, that is for the whole redo or just how are we gonna do this thing?
The design is 25,000, your worship.
Okay.
I'm just trying to flag it in red, I know.
If it costs more than 350 to keep a spray park out there, I'm out, so.
Okay, no, I'm just, again, you're talking to somebody who's not, I'm not an accountant here. Okay, thank you. Is that it, Councilor Chair?
for now.
Anybody else have a question? Any changes that you do not think that's fairly,
Sorry, did you get anything else?
no, I don't think we pulled it in.
So I guess we should come down and decide if these are approved changes by council.
Can you explain what the, can you explain what the safety netting is? Just, is that the chain link?
So in between one ball diamond and the other, there's some sitting area where the kids play all the time.
Okay.
And there's some concern about foul balls and stuff going in there and hitting kids on the head.
Don't survive that.
But I see we've pushed that to 2028.
Yeah.
Do we have something there now?
Just there. And there's a couple of trees to knock balls off of, and
What would that safety netting, do we have any idea what that safety netting would cost?
pretty much just what I thumbnailed in there. This is something that the park supervisor brought to us with a vision. We don't even know how it lays out at this point, but she knows a little bit more about what her plan is than I do.
So would we see something more tangible on that for next year? Where we can actually see what a cost would be?
If there is an interest in budgeting it down the road and doing something, we will actually get
Well, I don't
something
want to
done
see
and
some kid get
spec
hit
it
with a
out.
baseball or something because we're not
Yeah,
doing our due
there
diligence.
is no, just FYI, this is a nice to have.
I understand.
Yeah, so, how much have we got it budgeted for?
150.
150,000. It's not a whole lot of money, but
No, it's just for me, it's the fact that all it's gonna take is to have a big tournament and some kid ends up getting smashed in the face with a ball and our hospital's closed and off they go to Kamloops, you know what I mean? So, no, I'm just saying if there's a possibility that we should look at that a little sooner rather than later and have a plan.
Yeah, and I don't even know what it looks like in the park space or, when you think of it, some of that golf netting you see.
Well, yeah,
it's kind of
I'm assuming it's like that catches the puck at hockey games, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, fairly innocuous where you don't see it a lot, I hope.
but really high up and take a lot of thought around install.
Yeah, and maybe it's something that was down the fences and maybe not necessarily over that area, so the ball can't get out of the ballpark. The vision escapes me a little bit, so. But then again, I pull TVs over on myself as a kid, so.
In that area that we're on right now, is there anything that council sees that we would like to have a change or explanation? Once we get back to it.
Sorry,
No,
Worship, I'm just making notes on decisions
Yeah,
here.
no problem. And you see we have 3 possible deferrals. Talk about them.
We haven't talked about the side bed revamp at the maze, what you'd like to do there. Perhaps as we're talking about not planting as many things, might wanna hold off on that one.
Yeah, that's at the curling rink, right?
Yeah,
Well, I would probably want to hold off on that till next year, and I hate to say it, but it, you know, we've got to see where the Ask Wellness building ends up. You know what I mean? So I would say until we have a clearer vision on what that's going to look like.
so could we say we're gonna take it out for this window? It's not a whole lot of money.
No.
And then as we see things progressing,
Yeah.
if it's something we need to bring back to you, we will, but maybe we just wanna take it out of the 5-year window.
I would say, unless council has an aversion to that, I would say let's take it out. But I mean, that's what does council have to say then? I don't hear anybody saying otherwise, so we'll pull it out. We can revisit that later, just like everything else. I just hate to do a lot of work and then see it get torn up. So,
And then, the Lions Park pathway connections and apron. Can you talk to us a bit more about that, Mr. Green?
Yeah, so as you're walking up the sidewalk, over the bridge down to where the washrooms are at Lions Park there's 2 gravel paths that extend down off of the sidewalk and then gravel in and around the washroom entrance. The general idea there was to try and put something hard surface transition down there, because it's always mucky. When it's wet, sorry, it's mucky. Dry a lot.
yeah, Councillor Etcher.
That's the little pathway just beside the shelter, is it not?
Yeah,
Just coming
There's,
over
yeah,
there.
it V's out and comes up into 2 spots on the sidewalk, and then
Mhm.
the general area in front was gravel as well, so I wouldn't have any trouble at all deferring that.
Okay, so just clarifying, because
So do you want to take that out of the 5-year window?
I would say we'll push it to next year.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to pull it out of the 5 years.
Well, so you can also, we'll keep track of all of these things,
Okay, fine.
and if we think there's
Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah,
there's funds or
Yeah.
grants or an accessibility issue, we can bring it back.
that's fine.
But if it's not your highest priority.
Yeah.
Because
rather have the greenhouse than put the paths in.
backstops and fences, are those high priority for you? Backstops and fences.
They're getting to end of life, but I think there's a few years worth of life left in it, but they are getting banked up pretty.
So we want to ask for that to get pushed back? Like how many years of end of life do you have? 5, 4?
You can always repair things and get more out of them if you have to, right? So,
Yeah.
Is this all of the ball diamonds at Central Park?
yes, the fencing around the, what is it, 3 of them over there, big ones?
That's the fence on the walking fence area?
Yep, fences, backstops, so the physical ballparks themselves.
Perimeter of the ballpark.
Could we look at doing one fence every once in a while,
Yeah, if you
rather
want
than
to,
doing them all at the same time?
yeah, if you want to do, less funding, we can start on something for sure.
Like the worst first and then
Yeah.
work towards the best and do them 1 year at a time or every second year?
I think that, unless there's a safety issue, the backstops are probably the things we should prioritize, because that is actually safe,
Yeah.
right? Whereas the perimeter fences on the outfield are not as much of a safety.
Like I don't know, just talking to Councilor Chern?
Well, I was going to say exactly what you did. You stole my thunder.
Oh, sorry.
So, I think that's, my opinion is we should do them one at a time and spread the cost out. It's less to swallow that way.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be year over year. It could be one
Yeah.
year, one in another couple of years. And so we're not doing them all the time at the exact same time.
Unless you get a really, really, really good.
Or a really, really, really good grant.
Yep, which might happen. March is coming.
Well, I think that's part of the same thing. So like, we'll look at those, but, where's the safety issue versus where's we can zip tie something to get
Yeah.
through.
I think the lower fences around the park are probably in worse shape because they get people climbing over them all
Yes.
the time, and the backstops are probably a little more solid, but subject to an inspection, that'd be my primary guess anyways.
Microphone on.
Anyway, last year they were talking about redoing the dugouts, and I did go for a walk and I took some photos, and they were in rough shape. So I don't know if anyone's done that with the backstops, but
And the lids did get put on, the roofs did get put on some
Yeah,
backstops
yeah,
this year, so.
yeah, they were in rough shape last year. So
So, anyone, opposed to that, anything else in that list? It's not really a lot when you look at the big scheme of things. Anyone? Okay, moving on.
So we'll transition down to the rest of Public Works Capital. This list does not fit on the screen, so what I'd like to do is go through where some of the changes may be, and then we can come back to the original list that was in the first draft and go through and make decisions on a line-by-line basis as needed. So I've attempted to, yeah, we're going to be at this for a little bit here. I've attempted to create some categories to walk through with council. So I've updated for anything that was invoiced in 2023, which shaves out some of the costs in the capital request for next year. So that's a formality. There's some projects that we've assigned some grant contingency to. So we had a report, an information item a few weeks ago for council that we've applied for the BCAP grant. And so some of the work at the airport, or proposing, is that we would make that grant contingent on receiving that $2 million. There's some decisions that'll be required around the Spirit Square Alley and the Boat Street past the hospital if we're accepting that investment in the surface. And we defers the road work that was originally premised in draft 1. That was $5 million put in 2028. We've got a whole list of possible deferral items for council consideration. Includes things like Merritt Tennis Club, the pickleball court, storm sewer model maintenance, River Ranch Road, large field mower, rumor replacement, loader forks, one of the 2 pickups. So conversation with staff, we are recommending that we still maintain one in the plan. Talk to Green about what that looks like. We've got some intersection improvements for Nicola and Boat that we're proposing to defer out here, but still keeping the 5-year bylaw window. And then some other smaller items, including some projects at the cemetery. Possible cuts include the Fir Extension turnaround, Walters and Forksdale sidewalk, Parker to Central. That's some housekeeping in terms of what we have premised in draft 1 in terms of amount that project would be. So we've trimmed 30,000 out there. And then there was a small item for a sign trailer. And then, given that council's already made this decision as part of the original in December, we have pulled out the extension. What we'll find as we go through the list line by line, what made up draft 1, the area that we need council direction on the most is the roads and sidewalks and bridge program from a capital perspective. So I think we've got about 4 million in terms of what staff would recommend if we had a funding mechanism to pay for it. But that is a decision that we're going to have to set in terms of that level of service and discuss what those funding options may be. So that is a $4 million gap that I cannot fund today's plan.
So ultimately, there's lots of, like, as you were saying, we're raising taxes, so people want things to work. So it's really that, this road and sidewalk maintenance, and our recommendation, I think our recommendation to you, that you have to put some form of reserve contribution to the operational budget. what's been happening is we've been relying on surplus to fund our reserve. However, we're pretty confident that there's not a lot of surplus, right? You're not gonna see $100,000 worth of surplus that we can put into reserve every year. And relying on, you know, for instance, just today, the garbage truck just went up $40,000. Right, so it's those kinds of things where we're anticipating a cost and we can't control the increases to those costs that are outside the organization. So we have to really be thinking about securely funding the reserves in order to be able to progress with all of this work. And so you're using the parcel tax to fund our water sewer reserves. We have a reserve for IT, we have a reserve for fire service, for a couple of things. Really need to talk about a reserve for water, or for roads and sidewalks, because what's gonna happen is if we try and use our reserve right now for this, we have an emergency, we have no money. So my recommendation is that council consider a minimum of $100,000 a year contribution
For roads.
for roads and sidewalk capital work.
I don't,
That's part of it, would be part of your tax levy.
yeah, true. Yes.
That would be done.
So essentially what we'd be looking for is some guidance on the level annually that we would build into what that request would be.
And it doesn't have to be this year, it could be that we decide we're gonna start that in 2020, right? We're just saying that we can't do this work based on the borrowing we have available and the capital reserve that we have available, and have any money, like, actual contingency for a disaster.
So here's a sense of what staff originally had in draft 1. So we had about 700,000 in the first few years of the plan, and then an increasing investment starting in 2028. So across all 5 years, it was about $4 million that would be invested in the asphalt overlay, bridge maintenance, and sidewalk maintenance within the city. So that's something that remains unfunded, and so we're going through line by line here in a few minutes, thinking about helping us set that level of service, thinking about what that level of funding may look like when that should start.
Because even if we get grant funding, you said 7 million in the 5-year one, right?
4 million.
Sorry,
yes.
4 million. You know, we're only gonna get half of that, so we're still going to have 2 million, right? And then we'll still have to be planning for capital for the next 5 years, where we'll have, you know, it's a bit of a hope for grants, hope we have enough to continue
Well,
to match those grants.
I don't think the 100,000 is out of whack. I think that's, you know, anything less than that is pointless. I mean, we tried to do that with Gasoline Alley, put 10,000 away every year, and it just simply didn't work, so we bored the whole works and got it done, because it would have taken us 50 years to save the money. It just simply wasn't enough. But I mean, if we are going to go this tax route, and it's going to be as painful as it is, then we need to have a concrete strategy that our citizens can rely on, that, yeah, we're paying more, but here's what's happening for the future. So I have no problems with doing the 100,000 this year, starting this year, or if you want to divert to next year. But I don't see an issue of us putting 100,000 away in that, because that gets eaten up pretty quick. I mean, 100,000 probably doesn't get you a whole lot when it comes to sidewalks. Assuming, anyways, Councilor Cherney?
Can you tell me what the difference between the Boat Street bike lane improvements and the Boat Street multi-use path? I mean, there's quite a difference in price there.
Certainly, Councillor Charney and while Mr. Green is working his way up to the mic, I would like to just mention that
Doesn't he just sit there?
part of the strategy around deferring the capital for Boat Street past the hospital was that we would invest the 400,000 for the surface. So 100,000 is a start. We'll just have to determine the timing and phasing of those contributions such that we can potentially focus on that surface work, a condition that we defer out the capital. So 100,000 may not be enough to do that surface
No.
work in the first year of the plan. So just be thinking about that as we're trying to set that was the first priority for
So
that
again,
money.
me not being an accountant, if we're putting $100,000 away into reserves, I don't wanna touch that reserve until it's feasible to touch it. The whole idea is put it there and leave it alone. We've done this in the past where we put money in reserves and then before the year's even out, we've scalped it for something else. So if we're gonna do what we're doing, I wanna see that money built and stay there. Because that's what we're telling the citizens of Merritt, that's what we're going to do here with this. This is where we are, this is why life is hard, but this is what the reward is gonna be. So it needs to be untouchable unless we absolutely positively need it for that reason, that money has been put away in that fund. I'm cool with 100,000, even starting this year. I mean, that's just me, I don't know what the rest of council say. Your taxes, that's why you're going up, your taxes. You're raising your taxes. That's where it would come from. I mean, that's the way I look at it now. For me, I don't know, that's just me. I don't know how.
I guess I just wanted to be aware that that surface work was premised potentially earlier in the
Yes.
plan, and it may defer out when that work occurs if we're trying to build savings at 100,000 for 4 years, even just to get Boat Street finished. So I just want us to be aware that that is an impact of that decision,
Yeah,
and make sure that we're okay.
I don't want to be a
with that.
dreamer here, because, I mean, we hadn't planned on doing Full Street last March when we got that drop of money. So that's a possibility that could happen again in March. Let's be honest, it's an election year, so I got a feeling they're gonna loose at some, so. We could end up getting that or better, so,
We come back to the amendment,
yes.
some grant money.
That's just my, I would like, if council has anything to say on how they feel about that, what they plan.
Well, I think it's great having a reserve and I think we should continue to do it every year until it's a healthy reserve. Let me go back to my,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Was a carryover from possibly 2 years ago that originated in planning, from what I understand, from a couple of planners back. And I've asked some questions and I'm still not exactly sure what that's supposed to improve.
yeah, because you, like on Vote Street, when you come around the corner for the AA market, that is probably the most dangerous area for any bicycle in town.
But it is designated bike lane.
I know it's designated a bike area, but it's so narrow that the bicyclist has to go right close to the curb, and if the pedal hits the curb, where are they gonna go? They're gonna go into traffic. So that was very, in my opinion, being a bicycle, is very poorly designed in there.
In,
And
in
then
the
it just
painting
goes-
last year, I widened out the paint line to make it more visible, and it's already been driven over and is hardly being able to see, because the vehicles travel into the bike lane.
They cut that corner, it's a natural to cut that
So
corner right
one
in
of the
there.
thoughts we had was to put those lane delineators in there. Then you also gotta start thinking about maintenance as well. So you put those things in, they're gonna be in a way of maintenance. So there's there's a lot to it one way or the other, depending how you look at it. There is the safety of the actual corridor for the use, but then we also have to maintain it. So when we're plowing snow and running our sweeper up there, all this stuff's in the way. And we don't have a little sweeper to run there to do, you know what I mean? Little things like
I
that,
hate to
so.
be a bad guy, I just ride on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Well, and so if we have a multi-use
So you
pathway,
should there too.
right, do we need that bike lane improvement there? Because the multi-use pathway is a multi-use pathway, so it should be wide enough for both.
90% of the people use the sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
mean,
dangerous corner and,
Yeah.
we're not supposed to be on the sidewalk, but when I ride my bike in town, that is the one spot that I'm on both sides, I ride on the sidewalk, because it's too narrow and it's a blind corner.
Yeah, but if we're designated as a multi-use pathway, it's no longer a sidewalk, no longer a walking path. Multi-use.
So you would have
You would have
bikers and walkers?
And the cross section itself would have been narrower for the pathway, knowing that there's a bike lane there. So we don't really have the full width for that either, right, necessarily.
So as CAO says, can we eliminate that 30,000 then and just go with the,
Well, I'm not sure where the source of funding was. It's something that just kind of landed on my lap when I got here and I didn't know what it was.
And we're not aware of any grants sitting on it, so, at this point, I don't think we know what it's for or what we were intending to do with it, and I would suggest that if we haven't a plan, we could come back to you. Currently, we don't have a plan.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas, but there's,
I think it's too dangerous to have people on that. I think the sidewalk is what almost everybody uses. And everybody that's walking on it, everybody makes way for everybody that's on it, because we all know it's a dangerous area. So I don't use it, and I won't, it's too narrow. Especially when I'm riding with my wife, we don't use the sidewalk. So I would say possibly punt that out of there, because I don't think it's, I think it's an unsafe thing to be doing. It's just too narrow, too blind, and yeah, and especially when we've got an event going on there and everybody's trying to get out of there and come back in again. I think it's just a dangerous area, so I would
Yeah.
prefer people to be on the sidewalk at that point.
Don't have a plan for it, doesn't.
I would say out that window.
What is the west?
no, that's from Vogue Park all the way up to what we're working on right now down in front of the school towards the Middlesboro Bridge, that whole project.
It isn't.
Yeah, it's,
So there's grant funding too, that's not.
The first phase is, we're gonna be tendering the second phase with the remainder of the money here shortly. The appurtenances side of it, where we add features to it.
Trying to go to funding
So,
mechanisms for
the airport security fencing, kind of already got that underway. Do we not have that taken care of with the grant?
Yeah, it started. The dollars there represent likely the funding that's available for it and carrying forward.
Okay,
Do they not?
yeah, that's
Okay, I'm just-
carryover.
Again, I'm not the greatest at this stuff, so. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I had to put it on the back burner for a bit because we had to get the earthworks done that we got the grant for, and I didn't want to put the fence up and then have to move dirt underneath. Things you can remove out of some of those things we talked about before, those loader forks. I've talked to Mike, they can go. That large Toro tractor, it can defer.
How long?
Always keep a mower running, ish, as long as you
So
get parts
with
for
the
it.
forks, are we taking?
Just take them right out.
Take them right out, and
Yeah.
then the Toro, are we talking about like deferring outside the window or staying within the window? Coming back.
It all
in.
depends on, like, the existing mower's getting close to end of life, so that was kind of the idea of replacement. That said, we put it a couple of years out, we revisit it
We
going
come
forward
back
and
to
just
it.
see. There could be a catastrophic, we can't cut grass one day, but we'll see.
So we do have those two options listed for council consideration, 175,000 for the field mower and 21 for the loader forks.
And
Is
the ball
council
diamond
okay with
groomer, if you
staff
want, we can
recommendation
push
on
that
that?
too. The ball diamond groomer, we can probably push that a little bit too. The old thing that we have is more or less functional, but those are the things we talked about today that could alleviate some stress financially.
So there's just over 200,000 there that being recommended. Council, are we okay with those as final decisions?
And then we can always have to move.
Anything can come back on the table when there's a need for it.
Since you're so amenable about the greenhouse, I mean,
This is a give and take apparently.
Well, I think.
Let's
the
make a
greenhouse is
deal,
important.
right?
I mean, we're trying to find a way to cut our costs down as far as planting, and why wouldn't we look at that for $7,500?
please.
My understanding is the ground is unstable where the tennis court is. Is that correct? That's what's
So,
assumed.
You're sitting on river floodplain
Yeah,
in
that's
there.
right, yeah.
There's a wall involved that is tilting and rotating and bulging. So we've already had a quick investigation done and we've had to secure the area around the wall so nobody goes within the fall zone of it, which takes out 2 of the tennis courts as far as being able to use them. The third one is packed full of weeds because the cracks in that whole thing, with all the movement that's been happening, cracks open up. They've been fixing them for years, but they're to the point now where people that fix the cracks won't fix the cracks anymore.
So is it possible to say, okay, you know what? The cost of repairing this and maintaining it is astronomical, and could we not move it to 2 locations? We got one up at the bench, and loosely there's one at Volk Park, even though Mayor Getz said it was a tennis court. It was, yes. But could that be resurrected so that you would have 2 locations?
We've talked to the group over there about that. We've had a couple of meetings with them on site. The idea of relocating it, I've actually asked them to potentially come in and do a delegation to council and explain their situation and what they want, but they don't seem all that interested in sort of fronting the need to do anything.
No, that's not true.
No, they told us clearly on their meetings that they didn't want to do it, so.
Okay, well, they told me clearly that they did want,
Okay.
they wanted some investigation by the city.
Oh, they want
And-
investigation. They won't come and talk to you about their needs, so that's what they won't do. Like here, as a delegation.
So us investing in the assessment, I would suggest that we want to see a level of commitment, right? And the idea of splitting the courts up means that if there was a tournament, it wouldn't work as effectively, right? If you have courts in different locations, that's why they probably have those 3 built together so they can run a tournament and move people between and have one set of fan bases. So I think this is where council has to decide, is the investment from the tennis club sufficient to go ahead with the work that needs to be done to replace the tennis courts or to rehab the tennis court facility or to find a new location? So I think that's where we need to know what their investment in the process is. And if they're saying they prefer not to come delegate, council has to make the decision based on that.
So my question being, some of the problems that have happened is because of high water. If we, let's say we spend some money, fix it all up, are we still in danger of high water years from now doing the same thing again?
Yes, except that the goal of this initial $52,000 study is to do the full geotechnical work on it, determine what the actual solution is, knowing the environment it's working in, and also to get the details on the wall of what we have to do. Likely that wall's gonna have to be disassembled and reassembled to today's standards.
So I understand what you're saying, CAO, but when we have a large hockey tournament in town, half of it is at our arena and the other half is out at Chalouse.
No, I know,
So,
that makes.
you know,
And the same for the
for
volleyball
me,
tournament.
Yeah,
you know, for me, I know it's our property, but to continue to pour money into something that may not be viable probably isn't the best way to go. I mean, how many people play tennis in this town?
They're way down right now.
You know,
But we
so
also, and so the idea of having 2 smaller locations is not, it's not bad, it just changes their dynamic and allows for tennis to continue. We don't wanna end a program if we can avoid it, but you're right, like
Well,
once
have
we
we-
do this technical geotech, it could cost us,
have we
significant
considered going to grass court?
I think grass court's pretty hard to maintain, it's gotta be a certain, compaction.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty technical kind of thing.
Because for myself, I mean, and the rest of council jump in at any point in time, I'm not saying that they're not an important group, but if we have 6 people that play tennis, I've got to be honest, I've never seen anybody playing on that whenever I've ridden my bike by or driven by in all these years. I've never seen anybody in there. So I'm just wondering if it makes sense for us to continue to prop up something that is going to be a problem. Or as Councillor Charney says, utilize the 2 we have. And then see if it starts to grow. I mean, we have room at Nicola Park, we have room at Central Park, maybe we put it somewhere else. But at this point in time, to spend a whole pile of money and do it and all this other kind of stuff for maybe 7 or 8 people that use it on occasion, I don't know the last time they had a tennis tournament in
I
town.
totally agree with you, like, I'm just saying,
So-
that would be
But
why
that's
they
just
were
my
built.
view, and
Yeah.
I'll listen to whatever council has to say. So.
If I can throw another little red herring into that conversation at the same time, if we do decide not to support rehabbing that facility, whether you build another facility, use other ones in the meantime, we do have to deal with the
Yes.
safety issues one way or the other
Yes.
on that particular site, even if it's just securing it properly. So there's some money to be spent one way or the other, and
I
if
get
you
it.
decide not to keep it there, pretty much gonna have to pull it all out anyways, and there's money in that too.
But we could use that fencing, like we could use the fencing that's there around the Vote Park one, because there's no fence that was taken down. So we could probably just move the fencing from there over to the other one. I
A
mean,
bunch of it's probably salvageable,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm hoping there's a topical solution when we get a decent geotech done on it that will allow us not to go down into that surface and build back up on top with some new geotech that holds things together, some grid or something. I'm hoping it's there. I've
So
seen a lot of neat things happen with, you know, controlling cracks and whatnot in pavement, but
So I-
we need to get the
So the geotech-
PhD
I
experts
don't want
involved.
to see the geotech. Why waste the money? I would prefer that we didn't do the geotech because especially if we spend that $52,000, is it 52? Okay, you spend the 52,000 and you get a report back saying, unstable ground, not a good location. So
We can
now,
assume that.
yeah, right, yeah. So I would prefer to spend that 52,000 on getting the tennis courts back up at Vote Park.
Well, that'll give
And-
us something that you're looking for, some more activity at Vote Park, which we don't have at this point.
Yeah, that's right. Build it back up. And fixing up, I don't know about the bench, how, if it needs to be fixed up or not. I'm not a tennis person, so, but I would prefer not to do that geotech and then put that money into the other two locations.
So, I mean, we're on a belt tightening exercise here. And these are things that you have after all your bills get paid, you know what I mean? So, and it comes to a point where we now know it could be non-usable. So I think, I guess what I'm looking at, I'm assuming the geotech will that also include what we need to do to make it safe if we decide not to use it, or is that a completely different price?
Well, it'll probably lend a fair bit of information to that. I think if we decide not to use it at all and decide to take it apart, we're taking it apart at some point. Wall comes down, pavement comes up, gets, you know, recycled or whatever you can do with it, so. Knowing that the location of it, what they built there, what was it, 25, 30 years ago?
Quite a while ago.
You guys haven't been around that long, or why am I looking at you? It's done well for what it was. I'll give you that. And I'm really hoping that there's some, like taking a wall down and putting it back up properly, making sure it's got drainage behind it. It's tedious, it's not super expensive if we have to repair the wall, which we will have to, I guarantee that. But the actual forecourt surface, I'm really hoping that there's some solutions afforded to us that doesn't make us go down into it too far, that allows us to work on the top.
So it sounds like at this time, council would like to defer any action period on that area, just secure it for safety and invest the funds in resurface or rehabbing what we currently have as infrastructure. So I guess that's the question. Do we have to do the geotechnical study immediately? Can we put that off for a few years and just secure the site? Or, you know, what do we need to do if we're going to take that 52,000 and, you know, reallocate it to upgrading the facilities that we currently have that could be functional?
Yeah, so there's one viable court right now that they are using. Something you'll have to grapple with is whether or not you close that facility knowing that there's inherent dangers in it and don't allow it to be used, or do you allow the one court to be used and come up with something a little more substantial to keep them away from the one next to the wall or the two next to the wall. But that's something you'll have to grapple with, is what are you going to do with it in the meantime? Do you close it? Do you allow a little bit of use on it? What are you doing with it?
I think, and again for myself, if we're gonna close it and tear it down, then we close it and tear it down. I think allowing it to be used halfway, something goes wrong, we're liable. So my thoughts alone, there we go. I'm not sure how everybody else feels. I think if we're gonna take it down, we're gonna take it down. You know, it's just kind of black and white. If we allow them to do that, and then, you know, how long do we allow that before a problem shows up and the wall collapses or whatever? So I think if we're gonna do this, they're gonna have to move up to the bench for a while, share the court, and we take that thing down and make it safe. If that's just me, I'm not sure how everybody else feels.
And
For the
once
number
again,
of
just
players that they have right now, I would say that's.
and just to throw the red herring back into it, we're still spending money, because taking something
I
down,
get
doing
that.
work in a river environment's gonna require permitting
Yes.
and environmental people and things like that. So there's a cost in taking it down too.
But this
so.
is one of those situations where we're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
And
we can
I
defer.
just can't see with the high and the Nicola is so unstable, sometimes you never know whether it's coming up. I mean, we've had 2-3 good years with Noel, but we get one more big high water event, we'll just lose what we've done on that again. So I think we realize the fact that, you know, it worked, but it's no longer working with the way the world is in the climate situation it's in. So for myself, yeah, I understand there's going to be money involved taking it down. I get that.
Okay.
And, but I think, you know, if we had 40, 50, 60 people, that'd be a different story, but we don't. So, and we do have the viability of bringing a smaller one over. The one at Vote Park is a 2-court anyway. So it could, you know, it could be used again, and it
Well,
would
that's
bring,
that parking area?
yeah, it was a
Okay.
2-court, that was a 2-court tennis court. I used to skateboard in there, I used to jump the nets and stuff, and there was 2 of them in there.
I'm not gonna be able to get that picture out of my head
Yeah,
now. so.
well, you should see when I hit one of the nets, it wasn't so pretty, but anyway.
So just to summarize, we're going to defer the geotechnical,
Yes,
secure the sites.
yes,
Take that 52,000, rehab the Vogue site, tennis courts, and then do you,
Well,
so
we'll-
the question becomes, Mr. Green, is it safe for us to move that geotechnical work out of this funding window, or does it need to be deferred only a year or two? Or,
Depends on when you decide you wanna take that thing apart, cause it's gonna cost money to invest in taking it apart, working right next to the river like
yeah,
that.
and I guess what I'm asking is if we close the facility, are we at any risk for deferring it for an extended period of time?
It's lock the gates and walk away from it for
So
now.
we can move it outside the funding window, that would be,
I think we look at demolition next year, you know, that way we have a
At
whole
what
year.
point will we be, fixing the other court up so they have a place to play?
Well, I mean, it's there. It's
Okay.
just putting the fence in and putting the nets up.
And the surface is good?
It looks fine to me as long as we get the cars off. Somebody's gonna lose the parking lot, but otherwise, not.
And knowing all the complaints in the cities about noise of pickleball, are we gonna get any complaints from the neighbors in that exact spot about tennis balls bang, bang, bang around?
For many, many, many
Yeah.
years.
Okay.
And, you know,
Since
that's,
the early sixties?
The only time
Yeah.
there was an uproar is when it was gonna be turned into a
Skateboard.
temporary skate park.
it was
Okay.
turned into a
Yeah,
temporary
it was.
skateboard, and that was noisy.
As
and
far
then
as
there were
tennis, no,
complaints.
there's
Yeah.
never been a complaint.
Yeah.
So, I mean, tennis isn't, unless people are screaming their heads off that they're having a shitty game. You really don't hear tennis much.
you didn't say that, Council, did you?
I did, sorry.
Then we just lose the parking area for now, but we can do some gravel parking in behind, towards the, pump house and whatnot,
So, Mr. Mayor, you're saying move demolition to next year, but again, if we're trying to find some savings in this funding window, and we can secure that, and we don't have to do the work to demo it, does it make more sense to move it outside the 5-year funding window? Or
Well,
to the end of the 5-year funding window?
so work on the demolition over the next 5 years. So you're
Sometime in the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's fine with me. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Yeah.
And maybe high water will help us out a little bit.
Insurance, yeah, there you go.
So is everybody okay with that? Oh, Councilor Etcher.
You mentioned noise complaints. Do you have a lot of noise complaints that come from people?
No, I've just heard a lot in other communities where there's fairly major scraps going on
So-
about pickleball noise, so.
It is.
Councillor
that's the
Turney
noise
lives
you're
right across the street from the Vogue Park, right there. So do you have people, like, is it noisy for you when it was there and stuff like that? No?
I mean, I've lived there 50 years, and
You have, yeah.
I've
So,
never had a noise complaint about anything in the park.
and so no big concerns
No,
from you?
the tennis courts were there. I
That's-
never had a
Pickleball's
problem.
louder, like the bang of
Yeah.
the,
Yeah,
the ball is louder than the tennis ball.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know what, I would.
Oh, pickleball's louder.
Yeah.
I'd
So, but-
prefer to have noise in
And
that
that's why you
park.
want this, yeah.
No, I just
Well, it
want,
bring-
because
okay.
that means it's being used.
Yeah, we bring something back to that park that's not
So
there.
I would like to
Okay.
see life
Yeah.
brought into that park. To heck with the noise, I don't care. Because
I
you know what,
see.
really, there's no
Yeah.
lights there, so they're not gonna be playing at night anyway.
So we're okay with that? Everybody's okay?
Guess if everybody else thinks so.
Okay, there we go. So, can we take about a 5-minute break here? Let everybody stretch, go to the bathroom?
Okay, we'll have to talk about the pickleball surfaces.
All right, we're back at it. Kevin, turn your mic on. There we go. Everybody got their mics on. Okay, we're off.
Okay, Your Worship, Council, thank you. At this point, I think what I'd like to do is go through tactically and see if there's line items that discuss, and just try and work through the decisions on each one. So we've talked a little bit about the tennis court, so we have a decision there. Next item up is the pickleball court surface mediation design. This was an item that staff put forward on the potential deferral list, but direction.
I guess, Mr. Green, you probably should come to the microphone. Just so that you can tell us what the issue is, because I know that's a fairly new pickleball court, so I'm just curious what the issue is.
That thing working? Okay,
Yep.
thank you, Your Worship. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of tears in that surface all over it, and they're slowly getting worse. It was like that when I got here. Actually, one of the first things I looked at in my first week here was, hey, come over and have a look at these things, tell me what you think. Unfortunately, the warranty period for that particular contract was over the week I got here. The contractor kind of went fly by night on us and wouldn't, what's the word, he led us along for a little while saying he's gonna come and do a few things and look at it, and then he's just pretty much fallen off the map now. So I got legal advice on it. We're not gonna be able to do anything. We'll spend more money chasing a legal issue than it would be to probably fix it. So what I wanna do is get a surfacing expert in on this type of product and see what we have to do, hopefully to go up. What we found in the asphalt surface is we didn't get the thickness of asphalt as asphalt. There's a lot of dirt, there's a lot of twigs, a lot of things underneath the actual membrane surface and then into the asphalt. So I'm hoping we, with a micro surface or something like that, we can, even without lifting nets and everything, we'll be able to find something that does the job on top. But it's probably going to mean peeling off the existing membrane, putting in a new thin surface of some sort, and then putting a new membrane on it. So right now, $16,000 is to bring a specialist in, do some better coring and analysis, and try to figure out what it is we have to do to fix it.
Councilor Chern?
I know that the pickleball court is close to the river. So is that going to constantly be a problem with the trees coming up? Because I know like on the dike behind us, cottonwood trees are coming up constantly through the dike.
Yeah.
So is this going to be a constant problem with trees coming up because of the river?
Okay, I don't think
being
there's
so
trees
close?
coming up in the court. There's stuff mixed in either with the asphalt or the surface wasn't clean when the membrane went on that has been trapped in there and is just being released up and then ripping the surface. So it's not roots coming up. It's stuff that was put into the surface that shouldn't have been put into the surface. As opposed to the tennis courts, there's actually trees coming up in the tennis courts, poplars and stuff through the cracks,
Councilor Egan?
right?
I would just like to say that I think there's enough pickleballers in town that I think this is doing.
I agree. I've got no problems with it.
And it is a new facility and it'd be nice to get it there. It's a shame the way it is right now. Reasons it's there, I mean, it doesn't look good on a lot of fronts, but we definitely got to get it up to date, so.
Sure. Yeah, I think we're good on that. I think for the usage, I think that's a fair price. Thank you again.
Yeah, and just so you know, right now, that's the $16,000 worth of generate the solutions,
Yes.
not the actual fix,
Yes.
so.
But we can't get to the solution unless we have somebody look at it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Love to. So that came, if you know First Street at all over in Collettville, little gravel off the end of it up to where a fella built a house a number of years back. So that particular road is gravel and subject to a fair bit of washboard and degradation over time, and rain washes it down. And we get a number of complaints on it, basically from that one person constantly. 5-6 times a year, kind of constantly. So he's asking for some kind of remediation, construction, pavement, something. He hasn't really said exactly what he wants, but obviously the end solution would be try to get it paved and provide a level of service that's consistent with the rest of the neighborhood up to that house. So what I've got on there initially, is it in 2 phases there? Let me see it. Yeah, so the initial phase at $40,000 would be to, you know, like any other road construction project, is to get a survey design and a tender ready so we can tender it. And it would include a pathway connection. Part of my thinking is we're not going to do it just for the benefit of one. We're going to try and make a connection in that whole area with a pathway to get it all set up, and then also a turnaround, so when we bring our equipment up there in the way of whether it's fire and or garbage trucks, we have a place to turn around on top of that hill up there as well. So more than just paving the driveway, it's project is scoped out as let's fix this area. I would have preferred to see it go up and then out, but the hillside's not going to let us do that very easily.
So it's, if you went to Barry Jackson's and you hung a right, you can go all, yeah, you can go all the way down the road, and at the very end of it, you'll see it's pavement, 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 and then it's gravel. Chief, we
Yeah.
have a fire hydrant that's usable there too, right? Yeah. So the gentleman complained about this a year and a half ago, went and had a look, and it's, I know it's hard on the garbage truck because it's gravel. When it rains, things will, it looks like an uncompleted part of Collettville. It's just uncompleted. So I think for myself, in order to, you know, to bring everybody into where they need to be, it's something we need to look at and fix that situation because it looks uncompleted. And there's more to it than just one gentleman there. But again, that's where council would like to go, how they would like that to look.
Yeah, so we have the design in for this year with the idea that we get it done, designed, tendered for construction next year, and I've thumbnailed the construction value into the following year, I think. Correct, Kevin?
45, I've highlighted it in red
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
This was an option that we had built in, possible to control, and it is an item. So that's second draft. Capital.
So again, we could look at doing the planning and then deferring the fix for another year, right? Then we at least have some time to start thinking about where we might get additional funding or, and again, just because it's in the 2025 capital doesn't mean it's gonna always happen in 2025, and we may just decide to defer it in the next cycle, but deferring it now allows us to start premising some of those ways we're gonna fix this, right? So I think, as you're saying, you know, it's a relatively small amount for the design phase. And then we can defer the actual construction until we have a better solution cost-wise.
What does council feel? Councilor Egan?
I think that we're not giving a lot to Collettville these days.
I have no doubt, no disagreement with that. We're okay with that?
But what are our priorities actually for Collettville?
Maintenance.
Collettville's great. They don't need anything.
Yes, I know, but I mean, we've got ditches, we've got sidewalks, we've got,
And I think we left that in the operational maintenance plan.
okay, so that's,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
All right, thank you.
we know.
So does the idea of getting the design done and then going, you know, taking it, knowing we're gonna maybe not do the construction in 2025, but getting that design done and then planning?
Getting the design done for a plan fix, yeah, I think that's fine. I think the gentleman would be happy knowing that's happening, to alleviate that problem, so
Yeah.
at least we're designing and we move, I mean, again, this is a belt tightening year and everybody has to understand that.
And maybe it comes in with some other paving projects in a timely fashion where we can
Yes,
bulk pave, right?
Yep.
Is that kind of a,
Yeah, that'd be the idea, where grab a few things and put them together
Yeah.
all at the same time.
Yeah.
The other warning I would give you, sort of on Fur, on the other end of Fur, up in the newer subdivision, if you've driven up there lately, that's gonna be coming up one of these days. It's pretty quiet up there right now as far as people calling, but it's kind of like Springbank, where I live, where there's been a lot of movement into clays and whatnot up there, and it's gonna come to a head before long, but right now I'm hoping we'll be able to manage it over this particular bylaw period, with a bit of repair work and breaks and cold mix and things like that, so.
So the next item in our list is Boat Street past the hospital. So discussed, we need to target doing surface work, 400,000 and deferring any that one that we've already removed. Confirmation of that decision. Recommendation.
Because we've already talked about it, right?
I was socializing some things earlier, so I'm just making sure
Yeah,
that
I don't see
we're okay
anybody.
on final
I think
decisions.
we got that, got that.
Next item, we have the commercial garbage truck in 2025. This is one of the items that would be eligible for financing program, spread the cost out for 5 years.
Well, for myself, I mean, that garbage truck, you know, I remember approving that garbage truck when I was in council, 16. Is this the commercial or is this the?
Commercial, yeah.
It's the commercial? Well, it's even older than that. So,
Three things. Are we going to run ourselves into problems next year when we've got the garbage truck, the Freightliner, and the grader? Or will we find ourselves in a financial problem next year because we've lumped 3 in 1 year?
So what'll happen is you'll have payments over 5 years to make those.
For all
payments
three?
For all three. You'd have costs from 25 all the way through to those three.
Grader wasn't proposed as new though, so I don't think it qualifies. That was gonna be
No,
an upgrade,
correct.
used purchase.
any other questions on that?
Commercial garbage truck is okay. Got the Freightliner up next for 1,000.
When we're talking Freightliner, what are we talking here?
That is the large picker truck.
Oh, okay.
Big deck and a large boom that picks. and
Got a high up on that. So, what are the issues that we're having with that, just so we have an idea?
Nothing specific other than planning that life cycle management of it and age, right? Good question. I have to go back and have a look. It's been a while since we put the plan together.
Would we have an issue if we push that to 2026?
Probably not.
Because that'd be more, I think the grader is more important. I mean, again, I don't work at City Works here, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I think the grader is a little bit more important than the HIAB if we could get another year on that.
Yeah, and to that defense, I'm very much a grader fella, and we can do so much more with an upgraded grader with the modern controls, and yeah, our grader is a little cumbersome and hard to use, and it's the old style that is not easily run by a lot of the new folks.
Councilor Richard?
So the picker, like what are the functions on a weekly basis that it would do versus, like the grader would be used all winter and for road construction?
Yeah, the picker, you know, that's sort of our primary move things around town, whether it's manhole sections, anything heavy, blocks,
Okay.
pipes. They had it, you know, the water main break we had next to the school a week back, I mean, it hauled all the pipes over there.
Yeah.
I'd be okay moving that to 2026 if nobody else has an issue.
It could easily,
Could last?
Yep.
Okay. That's good.
barring catastrophic failure, of course, but.
Yeah, of course, I mean,
Yeah.
that's always gonna be the,
That could be any vehicle.
that's always gonna be the consideration, right? You get hit by a meteorite, you know? So the municipal grader, we kind of talked about that being kind of a auction buy, did we not? Or
Yeah, I
upgrade?
wanted to upgrade and then sell ours, and go to the used market for that.
So we
New
would have,
grader's gonna be, you know, $600,000+ so.
So that would be a cash purchase because we can't MIA finance.
Correct, so I think what we did is put that in the equipment reserve.
So I think the grader is an important piece of equipment to have. So if anybody else has any put on that, I think the grader is. Sing out if you have anything else.
Next item, we have the municipal tractor 6. This is premised as new and I have listed as
When we talk municipal tractor, which one is this?
So similar to the one that we're buying this year, this one would actually replace the tool cat because this is, the one we're buying this year has two. The tool cat itself would be sold and a second one would replace it.
You're okay with it being at 2026?
Yep, that's where I put it, yeah,
Okay,
pretty sure I did, yeah.
Any opposition, any comments? Hearing none?
Next up, we've got the street sweeper in 7,525.
So as we start using our existing one a lot more, we'll probably start seeing it be more maintenance driven. Right now, that's sort of the thumbnail on how far we can stretch it out without it being down most of the time. High maintenance item.
Do with it in 2027?
Again, if that changes, right, like we can, if it's doing awesome, we defer it for another year. If it's not, we bring it forward, right? Like,
Well, I think it's an important item.
That's the one.
Clean and
One complaint or one great job we get is that the streets are clean.
Yeah.
We sure hear about it when they're not.
Next up, we've got the skid steer loader 7.
Is that a full buy at 225 or is that a auction buy?
Yeah, the intent was a more landscape oriented track style of smaller variety.
Now, we kind of just, like if we're looking at that skid steer loader, we're gonna buy one that we can attach things to if we have to, like make it do more if we have to.
Depends on the size you want to go with. That may not cover a machine that'll do all that type of stuff. The intent here, like I said, we have two wheeled ones. One's at the compost site all the time. The other one's the old one that's in pretty rough shape. So we're looking at a versatile one that's got tracks that can do a lot of the light work around town for us.
Would that replace both of them or just one?
It would replace the one that's getting old. The one at the compost site is still loading up there, so.
Would we sell the old one off if we can, or is
Yeah.
it junk?
Unless, if it's only a $8,000 or $10,000 item and it's still running, maybe it's worth,
Keep it hanging around?
yeah, loader in the yard or something like that, doing not much.
Anybody problem with 2027? Which is future council's problem. You hate to say it.
Then's the mini excavator, 28.
And that's a new one?
Yeah.
And the only reason I bring this up is because I know at least 10 people in this town that bought mini excavators for the flood.
Yeah.
And most of them are sitting on trailers, not moving anymore.
And if we want to do, used purchases and things like that, I'm all over it. I did a lot of that in my past world, and we saved a lot of money doing things that way, buying used equipment, so.
Some of these mini excavators were used for 1 year.
Yeah.
I know one that has not moved in 7 months. It's on a trailer.
So if anybody who's listening has a mini excavator they'd like to talk to us about, please contact Rick Green.
So yeah, 2028, I think I'm okay with, unless something pops up and we get a good deal.
Yeah, that's an additional service as well, thinking more about the ditching projects and things like that and the maintenance.
Well, the golf course is a classic example. We
Yeah.
can't put a big one in there. We have to use a small one.
Yeah.
Without tearing everything.
And for now, we do have the ability to rent one locally and or get a contractor to help us out a little bit here and there, so.
Can you explain this one, the upgrade of the boat? Gordon, yeah, well, like, where is Gordon and why is that area?
It's the McDonald's intersection.
No, that'll be the Boston Pizza
Oh, to
intersection.
Walmart?
So
Oh.
not all the way over to Walmart, but the one right on Volk there when you first come off.
Yeah,
So the loops have failed that are in the asphalt. I proposed it last year to get it moved up top so we don't have loops in the ground anymore. It
I
didn't make it
understand.
last year, so it's back again.
So it's the detection that the light needs to change?
Yes,
Oh, I
So
see,
he
I
wants
see,
to
I
have it
see.
as a camera detection versus a weighted
yes.
Yeah, so
detection.
we've
I
got
get
the intersection on straight timing right now.
Oh,
right?
that's
So
just
it's-
gonna ask. Is there a
Like,
problem
if
with
you
that?
drive up to it, you can actually see where the loops have been, you can see.
Oh.
And we did the same thing by McDonald's, and then we went to the camera.
Yeah, the one in McDonald's does have the overheads, yeah.
Is there a problem with what it's doing now, just on a timer?
Got a lot of complaints. People
Oh.
sitting there waiting when they shouldn't have to, right?
Do you remember when you
Oh.
just waited because there were cameras for that?
30 seconds.
The McDonald's one has a camera, so.
Any opposition to, the camera?
Oh, I don't have a problem
So I
sitting
guess,
there.
I hate to say it, and I probably should, but when the light's red and nobody's coming, I go.
oh, don't say that. But again, is this, if we're talking about trying to, like,
Yeah.
remembering that we don't have all of our costs funded, right?
Yeah.
Is this the highest priority project for council?
Well, let's-
Not in my
let's-
opinion.
Let's redline this then.
Yeah.
So something we can come back to.
Something we can come back to.
If we feel, the only reason I say this is because that area, we have a lot of people that come from out of town, we have a lot of people that are up there with RVs, long weekends, it's very busy. And that can get the traffic moving quicker, people move around, if we have to go on a timer, people stay for longer. So, yeah, let's redline it, and if there's no issues, and if it's a problem, yeah, we'll move it to another year.
Next up,
Where
we've
is
got
that
the
one?
Hill Street.
Multi-use
Emmy-
path.
So
Tried to put in
Oh, is
that's
that
the
our
one,
ditch? Is
that's
that
the
our
one end,
ditch?
that's the ditch end to end with a path on top and storm pipe going in.
I'm all for that.
And I think we had that tagged grant funding, didn't we?
We did put this as grant contingent that we would pursue. grant
Careful what
opportunities.
you
Move it
wish-
up one year.
Careful what you wish for.
So yeah, the idea would be that if we can find that.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, are you looking for funding in 2027 or earlier?
So what normally happens is most of the federal funding has like a 5-year window, so you apply for it and then you have 5 years to spend it. So if we start looking now, we can still probably access it for down the road, right? Like that's, so when something comes open and we're like, oh, okay, where are we with these things? Active transportation is its own grant stream with the feds right now, so we can actively watch for that and then apply it, like we can get the funding and not use it for a number of years and just hold it.
I would really like to see that as more of a priority in that Collettville has been left out, well, forever. And that ditch has been there forever. And it's a real safety concern. People walking, sometimes you are forced, yes, you are forced, if there's 2 cars coming, you are forced into that ditch. It's just really a bad situation. And, I know it's costly, but if we could try and get funding, I would like to.
Oh yeah, we'll start looking for funding right away.
Put it to 2027 with the idea that if we get funding, we can
Pull
move
it
on.
forward?
The only thing I don't want to do is I don't want to promise Colville anything. We've done this before.
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
And then we pulled back. So I would say leave it at 2027, but if we find funding before
Yeah,
then,
like currently active transportation funding is closed. So we have to wait for them.
Do
to
we
get that.
have to call it active transportation?
well,
To get that funding?
Your funding, FCM is big on this right now. FCM is huge on this.
Yeah, so it's
So-
it's its own funding stream. And we don't want to use this for something that might be better suited to water sewer, right? So we have to be cautious of where we attach a project and how that high priority that project is.
I'm
right?
sure if we shake the bushes with FCM with their new green communities, we could probably get some funding for this sooner rather than later.
Okay, next up, we've got some operational projects, smaller dollar items in
Can we
nature.
put all those 3 in one block, just to talk about all of them at the same time, because they're all in the same place?
So the total cost of all of those,
With deferment?
Yeah, that, he doesn't have that one in there. That's the sand salt storage shed.
300,000.
So, remember we talked about that last night? Talked about that last night. But that's scheduled for 2026. Yeah, but I mean, I'm really looking at the three that we have for this year. I mean, that's a minimal cost to get those up and running, and considering that we're looking at our city works people doing the job that they're doing, and, you know, they're working as hard as they can. I mean, if you wanna know how hard our city works people work, I mean, have a look at that breakup by, the realtor in minus 31 degrees, and they were in there for like all day. So anything we can do to help out down there, I think is a good idea. So those three for 5, 11, and 15, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't support on this. They're small things that can be done relatively. And considering you pulled the Toro up for 175.
Yeah, let's make a deal, yeah.
I mean, is anybody opposed to that? Okay, moving on.
we've got a couple projects, one in 2025 for entrance gate, and then we've got in 2026 the sand salt.
Anybody opposed to those years?
For sand salt storage
Sand
shed,
salt,
that's the big giant Quonset.
I would suggest go down and Mr. Green will show you these. We gotta do something. We gotta do something with that, and I think moving into 2026. Unless, I have a problem with that, but I mean, that could also come under some sort of a grant stream or a funding stream. Well, you never know.
I mean, it could, especially if maybe it comes under DCCs or the new amendments.
Or else we get you get a funding for hard asset, whatever you want with it, right? That happened.
Yeah.
So, I think.
Too small.
It's too small.
Too
yeah.
small and it's
We
sitting
talked about it
low,
last night.
so it takes a lot of drainage into it.
So you gotta keep the. So I think moving, having one going to 2025, one going to 2026, I don't see any, unless somebody does.
Okay, so we're up to the air photo and LiDAR photo.
And that's on a
26.
three-year renewal right now, where we upgrade it every 3 years.
So just so you know, we talked last night, I've got contact with some professional drone guys that are taking pictures from 15 to 20,000 feet that are doing this job. I'm gonna get them to send me some information on that.
Yeah, and we can get them to talk to Tristan as well. We need these things ortho-rectified and whatnot, so they actually do what we need them to do.
Yeah.
There's a little bit to it, but that particular one, that money was LiDAR as well. So as the landscape around here changes with new development, the LiDAR upgrade picks it up as well. So Tristan actually found a cost-effective air photo this year, but the only place to get the LiDAR was through the one that we did, because the other guys weren't doing the LiDAR.
They're gonna send me a package, and when I get it, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
So anybody unopposed to the movement of those two for that 2026?
Okay, getting into some engineering design work here.
Yeah, I can give you quite the deal on that one. It has really become evident, even though I planned this before we opened up Oak Street this year, or last year, that there is not an available connection for pedestrians from the bench downtown without going all the way to Norgards or coming through that construction site. So there's a big gap there. There is. Yeah. So we have that park at the corner of Parker, and what I'd like to do is design something, because they're using it right now and we don't provide infrastructure there for them. But it's that big muddy hill, they ride bikes down, all that dirt comes down, goes on the pathway below. But I'd like to design something that comes off of Parker Park and gets us down to Central Park, that will provide that pedestrian corridor down there. Fully expect that you might want to shove it down the road a little bit, but it really highlighted itself once we opened up Oak Street and noticed all the pedestrians and the calls and everything else, that there is nowhere to go but through the construction. There's been a lot of grief in there. Yep, closed it.
So we said, you know what, there is no way. Yeah, that is a great suggestion and idea. I just don't know how you're gonna have to zigzag, how you're gonna come down.
Well, I got a bit of a mental plan on how to get it there. It's just whether or not it bears out by
Stairs,
survey
yeah.
and design, so.
Yeah. Well, I think that one should stay in.
Well, I know last week there was somebody going up there on a scooter, holding up traffic, because with the cones there, you can't really have somebody around them.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the solution is right now, and I've been hearing from some people upset about the section on Vote Street, and I know with the freezing of the ground, there's not much you can do. That and the cold water, getting a lot of comments in town with that, but what could we plan that for 30,000? Like that would probably be a big project, wouldn't it? Might take time if
It's
you were
the
gonna.
design, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the design. So a survey and a design to pick a route and do a bit of earthworks design on it, just to see what'll work within sort of sloping standards and stuff like that.
Because would we design something so that it was sort of paved, so what with a motorized scooter? Like I'm thinking for disabled people maybe that are in motorized equipment or.
Yeah, it'd be a
Scooters and-
pathway is what we'd be targeting. That is, you know, Volk Street will get open, you know, hopefully
Yeah.
before the end of summer this year if all goes well. And we're gonna have sidewalk and pathway on either side of that there, but
I think
you know, next time you got a water main break in here and you start digging it up, you start throwing stuff on the sidewalks. Right?
and for able-bodied people that can walk, that's fine, but for the people that are mobility challenged, that's where that would be a benefit, so.
Yeah.
You could,
Yeah, right now, it's especially if you're wheelchair, you can't get up Bow Street to get to the hospital.
that's what I was, yeah, exactly, because we went to
And
a
the
prison.
detour is a long way
They're
around
not gonna
on a
get-
battery
a
scooter.
person in a
You might
wheelchair
run
is
out
gonna
before you get there.
a path going up to Parker.
Well, if it's designed the right way, they might, I don't know, just to.
Yeah,
It's a thought
the grades
anyway.
are gonna be an issue, no question. It's just,
Yeah.
if you come, I think it's by Saunders House here, right on the corner, if you start dropping there and pick it up right on the corner and start working your way down and around the hill, I think it'll work nice.
I
But-
think if we can yay or nay it by doing the design, like it is feasible or it's not feasible, once we have a design look at it, then we know, right? Because we can't fix everything, and I think if we attempt to just find a solution and it's not viable, then at least we've attempted to find the solution and people can't, there's nothing else we can do, right? Like,
Well, yeah, I think you have to proceed with the design simply because I think with the increasing ages of people, that you really have to think about mobility in the future.
It's
Yeah.
also the electric bike communities, so want to have more. Anybody have an issue with that going to 2025? Good.
Okay, got the Central Park Trail and erosion design.
Is that the hillside as you come off by the ball diamonds, that big giant hill? Is that what we're talking about, where every time it rains, it all comes down, it goes across?
Yeah, so we have one that we're working on right now, down by, off Juniper, I guess it's called, so down that end over the golf course.
Yeah.
This one is one that's, right over Central Park.
Okay. Anybody have an issue with that going to 2025?
Are the houses there on that edge of Park or on the hill, are some of them actually going down? Is that hill going down?
It could be, there was some slides, I saw some stuff back to 72, even some old photos, been digging through files, and I found some stuff where there was some significant sloughs, and when you look at the picture and then you look at the bank, you can actually see where it was. Like that bank has moved in history. Whether or not anything's moving now, they did do some work to shore things up over the years, in the 80s, again in the 90s. Found a bunch of stuff on that, but ideally not. I mean, you'll see it in your house. You know, you'll know if your house is moving because you got cracks and foundations lifting and things like that. So, but I don't think anything specific now. Now, history-wise, from way back, there was a whole bunch of control points placed up there. There was a whole bunch of groundwater monitoring wells that appear to have been forgotten for a whole bunch of years. But I found a bunch of plans and stuff on that we should be managing and surveying and making sure that whole hillside is where it was. So I am going to try and find all that stuff and get it back into the testing and monitoring scheme, but it's going to be a bunch of work just finding it all. So.
And I was just gonna say, I live on the upper side of Parker, and my neighbors have, especially since I became a counselor, that come on down and you have to come over, and they take me into their backyard and they show me how much land, how much of their backyards they're losing.
Yeah.
So
and looking after the drainage is huge. I mean, we've got outfalls and, you know, dry wells with pumps in them that run, you know, pipes that just dump over the hill and whatnot. That can't be good long term.
No, and
So-
one of the other big complaints is, especially what's happening right now with Vote Street being closed, is that the traffic is being directed down Parker, and especially with some of the bigger transport trucks. One of my neighbors specifically says every time these big trucks go over a certain part of Parker, his whole house shakes. You know, so something's going on.
The big trucks could also use the highway access.
But they don't.
They should.
Well, I was just wondering if we're liable or anything, you know, because you saw those other houses in the news that have slipped on that same type of a slope.
So we have covenants on those properties
Okay,
that remove our liability.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anybody have a problem with that moving to 2025? Okay. 2025.
A Spirit Square Alley.
Is this the one where we discussed the Trounce Alley in Victoria?
Yep, I wanted to get it on the table for everybody to start thinking about. If you want to move it down the road, if you want to start on it, whatever's important to you, but it looked like a great idea. As far as an enhancement in that area, so like I said, I'll throw it in and let the conversation go where it goes. Sounds like a fun project.
Yeah. And
This was part and parcel of one of the things that we were going to bring up with the Economic Development Committee, if we're going to be going again. Also working with the Chamber of Commerce and even perhaps TMV, depending on get everything.
Well, this is also, Dana, this is where the city center, or the city businesses would have to be very involved, because that whole
That's
back
right.
alley will change.
That's right.
No more dumpsters, better lighting. So it's a big deal. Like, I mean, you see those fences, those are all gonna have to be moved. Everything's gonna have to be changed. You're gonna be repaved, you're gonna have, planters and whatnot and better lighting. So this is something that is gonna take some time, because there's gonna be some big changes. In 2016, when we decided that we we're gonna make that a one-way street, pull out the dumpsters, it was a nightmare. So I think for me, I would like to move this to 2026, but starting in 2025 with a design, just to start to get the downtown understanding what we want to do.
Yeah.
And just, you know, and just see the flavor of that before we commit to anything down there, because if we run into a situation where people are going to lose their minds over this.
that's right. Like I wouldn't initiate anything around design specifically until we actually see what local business is interested in. So having those people, and again, if we're able to repurpose some of our unused grant funding into city center placemaking, that kind of stuff, that this would fit in that envelope around figuring out what does this look like? What is the flavor of this place that we want to have, right? So again, we have 4 big projects in the ECDev section. So that would be very much related to this project. that I think will probably carry us over the next 2 years if all of our funding is reallocated to those projects. It's going to take us 2 to 3 years to get through those projects. And that is, what are we marketing? Who are we marketing to? What do they want to see? What do our local businesses and residents want to see for how we are presented as a community? What's going to attract new residents? What's going to attract new business? So those are the things where we maybe don't need to jump to a design for this now, because we have a lot of prep work we could be doing. That's going to take at least a couple of years to do.
And just bearing in mind, this money was intended as concept design stuff, so we end up with the visual packages and graphic packages to show people what's possible, enough work on it so we know what fits and what doesn't, what it's going to look like, who's got accesses in different places and how they're using it or going to use it. So it wasn't the detailed design leading us to a tender. It was very much money intended to build that concept, so we can all see what it could look like.
Good.
So leave it there and move another year down. Are we okay with it?
Yeah, I mean, they're big, yeah, so I mean, I think, whether we're even gonna need that $40,000 in the end, like, you might just wanna take it out until we know if we need it. Because we may also be able to get some more grant funding for that kind of project, right? Like, I don't know if you wanna sit with that on the books for this window, knowing that it's a project that's already being included in scopes of other projects.
So, did we move it to 2026?
Or out, up to you.
I don't know if I want to move it out.
It's not saying it's not happening, it's just saying that you may not want to hold that 40,000 because we could be filling that void with other grants. Right? Like, because again, if you put it in this budget window, he has to figure out how we're going to pay for it before you can present this bylaw. All of these years need to be funded. They can't be, we might be able to fund them, right? So have to be able to fund them. So if it's not a guaranteed priority, you really have to think about whether or not we're going to
It's
take
not
it
a
out.
guaranteed priority. It's something we'd like to see.
It's
at
something
some
we'd
point,
love to see. It's a love to see.
But it's not if pulling out to review later on if we have to, I don't see a problem with it.
Also assign grant contingent. Or that's the funding mechanism. That secures itself, then proceed.
Okay to remove and then review, or what do you guys want to do? Yep, we'll remove it for now.
There's a couple items remaining on this list, and then when we were discussing the FER extension, we jumped from design down to instructions, but backtrack. So finish off these last couple here, and then we back up. So we've got the Central Park soccer grading design. 6.
So hindsight being 2020, if we had a design when we found all that surplus dirt in Oak Street, we had to haul away and bury someplace else, I could have built a soccer field at the same time. But I didn't have it designed. There's an open area, I think they did the car shows and stuff on it this year, that's I've seen it tagged in a couple of different versions of the plan for that park that would put a soccer field in that location.
Yeah, there was a master design we did, I think 2012 on that. It was supposed to be a soccer field and I think 2 more ball fields in there.
Yeah.
But then that ditch showed up and kind of changed things.
Yeah, there's still room for a soccer field on that side. I've already laid it out and make sure it fits, but one of those things that, yeah, had we had something ready to go, I had a place to put the dirt on moment's notice. I could have built it at the same time, but we didn't have it. We might be able to, I've got Tristan taking some training right now in Civil 3D earthworks design. So that might even be an in-house project that he learns on. So if you want to push that or make a contingent some other way, I'm okay with that for now, but it'd be nice to have that. Anywhere we have where we know we're going to need dirt in town to build something, I'd sure like to have a couple of things sitting there ready to go, because I keep finding spots where I got to ditch dirt someplace and then I'm burying it, so.
Everybody okay with that for 2026?
And the final item on the list is the East Merritt Utility Corridor, so we're to kind of try and just prioritize the important sewer pipes for the rest of the work in that space, the water, the roads, and the active traffic.
Move that to 2050?
Yeah,
Anybody-
a surcharging sewer is not a big deal.
Anybody opposed
It's
to
not
having
stuck
it?
one in my basement.
Okay, so we were at the for design and we jumped down to the actual construction. So I just get us back up to where we left off on the design part. We've made decisions in green here on those items, but there's this item and a few between here that we'll get back to. So we've got River Ranch Road and
So that was envisioned as a functional study for the intersection. It's functioning poorly right now, especially the section in front of McDonald's and Tim Hortons, with trucks and traffic and trailers and everything parked there, and it's an absolute mess at certain times. So I'd like to take a look at what that future of that whole corridor is gonna be. I got a couple of ideas in my head now, but basically I'd like to get a transportation and study and a pre-design layout on how it would function, knowing everything we know up there now, because it's been piecemealed over the years. I'm sure even with McDonald's, the traffic that they generate now compared to what was when it was first put in there, how everything operates is completely different. So got a lot of risk in that location. I really like to see a plan as what we can do with it that meets
Well, I
standards.
think also too, that comes with a little bit of RCMP involvement, because there's a clear sign coming over that bridge saying trucks over a certain axle size not to go past that sign, but they do anyway.
Yeah.
So we either need to make that sign really, really big. And I know that driving with someone who's a professional truck driver, their GPS goes red the minute they pass that sign. So they know they're breaking the law.
And there's
So we need
There's
to.
no stopping signs in front of McDonald's and Tim Hortons as well, and buses are pulling up right
Yep.
there and blocking the only traveling lane out of that area.
And so, I mean, over the years, people have said, well, you know, we don't want to write tickets because we don't want to scare people away. But the point of the matter is if you're a professional driver, that sign is very clear that you're not supposed to go past that. And that's why we have the Husky gas station. That's what that's for. So I would like to see a little bit more enforcement involved. I mean, I'm preaching here.
Yep.
But there needs to be enforcement on this, because those guys are clearly, I mean, 2 weeks ago, we had a guy try to get up Vote Street with a B train and he stalled out.
Yeah.
And then he couldn't back it down. So somebody had to do it for him. So again, clearly breaking the law by not using the truck route. So it has to be some enforcement. That's not your business, that's somebody else's.
Yeah.
Well, a redesign would be ideal. I mean, even.
Oh, I'm not saying it wouldn't be. I'm just saying there needs to be enforcement involved as well.
It's trying to get in there even for the delivery trucks, like for Tim Hortons and the entire, and all the supply trucks coming in. That's pretty tight as it is.
I've got no problems with the design, but we need to have the RCP involved. And that sign is a clear sign that says you shouldn't be going past that. And if you're a professional truck driver, you shouldn't be going past that.
And it really comes down to the services that they want. You know, some truckers want to go to Starbucks, others don't, so they come in there and go to Starbucks.
I get that. I mean, I've seen situations where guys with fifth wheels are parked on somebody's lawn. They go over the sidewalk and park on that guy's lawn.
At the end of Irvine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It happens
it's
all the time.
not
But
great.
so
I know, it's terrible.
I've got no issues with that. Anybody got an issue with that study?
Sounds
I
good.
think it needs to be done, so. I think we're good on that.
Okay, so skip over the few decisions that we made kind of early in the process. Next up on our list is the works. So there was 4 or 5 premise in the plan. I think what we did is we were the deferral of at least one of those and left the remainder in discussion.
So for me, this year, I would probably say no new vehicles this year. I don't mean to be rude about it, but if we can make these last another year, I prefer to move that to 26 or 2025. And I don't mean to be rude here, Rick, but
No.
I just think, don't put it down yet, because we haven't agreed.
No, I'm just making notes, not a final
I would
decision.
prefer to move any kind of a pickup purchase to next year. or an auction item or something as it comes up sort of thing. I don't want to sound like I'm cheap or anything. It's just, I think that's one thing at this belt tightening stage. If we can run the wheels off the ones we have. I mean, if something gets to a point this year where we actually have to, then we'll revisit it again, but I'd prefer to move this to 2025.
And, honestly, we do have a number of trucks that are getting quite old and in the shop quite a bit and failing on occasion. I fully expect to have these conversations where we defer them, but that's something that has been deferred a number of times over the last number of years from what I've seen in the past budgets. But remember, those are the things that move people around that are doing the work. So we've got 2 trucks right now in Public Works. The 2 newest trucks are 2016s. So they're at 8 years old right now. And the normal asset management lifespan of this type of vehicle, you're looking for 10 years out of them. So all the other ones are well over that. So it's just food for thought.
So let's move it to 2026, but if we have to
2026
come,
or 2025?
2025. If we have to come to the rescue at some point in the year, then we look
Yeah.
at that.
And this is where our asset management plan is really essential, right? Like our asset management plan and our maintenance management work that we're doing this year will tell us, are we paying more for repairs than we are paying for the truck? We'd be paying for the truck. Like this is where we have to start balancing those things. And I think that'll help us make more decisions as well.
It's in the priority section.
Yeah, didn't see it here. Okay.
So the letterboard sign trailer.
Is that to let people know that you're doing work or something? The letterboard sign trailer, or what is that?
Well, with the water restriction thing that we had to jump through this year, it just struck me as something that could be useful if we had something we can put out that would carry different messages at different times. Ultimately, I'd really like to see a digital sign sort of up on the hill as you go up both towards the hospital, where that fire sign is right now, with a solar power plant to it. But in the meantime, the affordable option is have something we can move around and put different messages on a different spot. So that was sort of the vision, and it came to me with the trouble we were having communicating water restrictions.
Sign that the grads bought and they put up on Post Meat Market.
Doesn't work anymore.
I know, but would it be better to, or is it cost effective to look at fixing that up and using it? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Generally not. After a few years,
Oh, okay.
I've done the digital sign thing. After a few years, the technology changes very quickly, and the cost of repair is often the same cost as.
That wasn't our sign.
No, I know,
That
the
was the
grads
school
did it.
board's.
Yeah, the grads did it. So
And
I was
to
just
get a
wondering.
two-sided sign, like the director's saying, would be ideal. However, you're looking at $50,000 to $60,000 for just the sign, not even the install.
So, and then in 3 years, it's gonna be out of,
Depends on how rough it gets treated and.
because, I thought that your signs were very effective. The street signs were,
Sandwich words?
yeah, I thought they were very effective. They
And
were all
we
over
had
the
to scramble
place.
to make that happen in, virtually zero time. And
Yeah.
we got lucky on that to get them out there. But
Yeah,
yeah.
they were very effective. They were all over the place, and you can't say you were not informed. And to me, that was very effective.
To me, it's a small cost, $8,500. I don't have a problem with it. It's one thing most people talk to you about is communication. So that's what we all hear. So that's something that we can get out there and make it more available for communication. I don't think the 8,500 is out of question. I'm okay with it. Also,
No, that's one of those letterboard signs that, the old school ones that, on a trailer, they're
You actually
built
put the
all
letters
together.
on.
Yeah.
yeah. And then people will go write something completely different.
That's the letterboard and the tree.
Yeah, it's all built together. Yeah.
So that's not digital?
No,
No.
Oh, okay.
Old school.
no, can't afford that.
It doesn't wear out that way.
Floppy disk.
Oh, well, I don't mind.
Okay with that?
Keep.
And
We
also,
could even put it out front when you're having committees as a whole and tell people,
Don't be
council
crazy.
in chambers right now, come in.
Let's not go crazy. You want that or not? Because we can simply move it to 2026.
Yep, there's lots of ways that thing can be used, for sure. Notifications about, road closures, outside of the community, concerns around, fires breaching, lots of options. Taxes due.
Bingo, yeah.
Okay, we've got
Although I've heard
the-
we can just not pay our taxes for almost 3 years and then just catch one up.
And then never
So-
pay again.
I'm gonna try that.
Have
Actually,
that
if you're over
discussion
a certain
offline,
age-
Mr. Green.
If you're over a certain age, you can defer too.
I
5
probably am.
years.
I probably am.
Got the sidewalk at Walters and Forksdale.
So we've talked about this one before. There's a disconnected section in both of these spots. The one on Forksdale's got a bus stop, sort of in no man's land. And the one on Walters is from Reed down to connect with, the 4010 Walters building where they did the sidewalk. And then there's just a gap down the side of that one property where there wasn't a sidewalk put in. So your call.
This one really bugs you, doesn't it?
No, it's just,
Um,
I walk a lot.
is the gap something that the staff could do, or, and, like, is there some in-house work that could happen there?
The lengths are getting to the,
Too long?
to the point where too many other things aren't getting done while we do
Okay.
that, so.
This is up where the Radio Shack used to be. It is kind of odd that it just ends and then there's nothing, and then there's a bus stop. It's an odd look.
I gotta see the sidewalks.
55,000 for both, like,
Yep,
55.
and the one on Walters is, by Olympic Villas, right? Is that?
yeah, from there up to Reed, because Reed has sidewalk. But for some reason, they didn't finish the sidewalk in front of the last lot they put in. They did the cul-de-sac, but not the side of it, so. Yeah.
Councilor Petrosi.
So what if you just do one, not the other?
These to me are like connectivity of walking paths and sidewalks has been a pet peeve of mine for years, so I tend to notice these things. I got a whole handful of others that we'll get to eventually,
Don't even
so.
talk to me about
Well,
sidewalks.
the one on Forksdale's been like that forever, and I always drive down that area, and I don't really see many people actually walking on the lawn, or, I don't
Well,
know. I think the one by Olympic Villas is a must, should be done, but the one by Forksdale,
Yeah,
I think could wait.
that's a choice that I'm willing to live with. The other side of that one is, you notice the crosswalk on the bottom side of that intersection that crosses from the residential side. It's a crosswalk to nowhere.
Right,
Right.
right, yeah.
So we're directing people into the road. Little things I notice.
Councilor Petrosi.
I follow the rules, so I
what would you
follow
like-
them.
What would you like to see here?
Well,
I
I'd,
don't understand why
let's
the
do the,
sidewalks all in.
the one on Walters, and, let's, think maybe next year,
Move
or
the
the other one.
Forksdale- Move the
Yeah.
Forksdale for
Yeah,
next year.
move it again. We moved it from
Yep.
the
Until
previous
you tell
route,
me
so-
you never want to see it again, it'll just sort of stay there hanging around.
Oh, no.
So,
Yes, sir.
That vision on?
Yep.
Okay. Next up, we have transit shelter base slabs.
Are these new or repairing?
these are new, so this is starting to work around to a lot of the undeveloped bus stops, getting pads set for when we can get transit grants to put shelters on them. Just trying to get ahead of the game on these, and easily deferrable, yeah.
That 2026? Or sorry, 2025? Why do I keep saying 26?
And I think again, this could be, you know, if and when we see some sort of granting come up, we can bring it forward if we need to, or defer it for another year if we don't see anything coming.
To be honest, I think maybe this is something we should carry down to UBCM, meet with Transit, and let them know what we're looking at future plans and see if they have any flavor in, because we've done this before with Transit, done at UBCM, and they have come through, you know, showing that we're looking at future expansion.
Mhm.
So I think maybe that's something, you know, I think if we could get Transit on board, maybe to help us with some of it.
And they do have a grant stream for their actual shelters, I've seen that advertised before, so, you know, putting something on.
At UBCM, yeah, and, you know, just one of the things, produce this and say, here's what we're looking at, and here's, you know, we're building for. Probably, but I don't think they can make the decision, it's the transit people down the coast. I mean, what's her name, Danica can carry it for us, but I think it would be better if we, since we're not in a massive hurry to have it, it would be better for us to sell it down to UBCM Transit. This gives us, no, I'm talking about meeting with staff, transit staff. Not, yeah.
So next item is the airport runway. So we assign grant contingency this given what the BC out and submitted. Are we okay having that as a grant contingency? Or if we secure the funding, we do work, but otherwise. Okay. Next item, we've got the Nicola Boat intersection.
So we've done a design on the intersection right out front here to get the bypass lane set for northbound, similar to what they did the other way, redoing the overhead with sign reinforcements and new masts that will actually extend across so you can sign the different lanes so it reinforces the pavement markings. And the design's all done. It's been cost estimated at $135,000. Been submitted to Modi for review, waiting to hear back. So that's just a matter of how big of a priority it is for you to get that done. It was a priority when the job was given to me. Sean gave it to me pretty much when I first got here. I think it was already in progress getting some design work done.
This is my second most in-office visit complaint, is this. People will feel that it's a bottleneck. Yeah, well, because. Are you talking about?
Yeah, so there'd be a turning lane and then a right or a through lane, just like the other side, and then upgrading the overheads and whatnot as well with sign reinforcement.
Yeah, well, that's why you would deal with Modi, right? Modi will then. So when we did this, the first time when we put the left turning lane on this side, they told us there wasn't enough room on that side, so they never approved us to do that.
Yeah, that's why they're reviewing a design that says there is, so.
Yeah. That's why they did not allow us to put it on that side when I was in council. If we can do it, that is the second most complaint I have.
So if Modi approves that upgrade to the intersection, ideally we get her done, but that's up to you time-wise. So it can go a year because I'm not sure they're going to get back to me anytime soon. It's already February right away, so.
How long have we been asking for that crossing light down by the daycare?
Quite some time, yeah.
So do you want to put that to 2025, knowing that it's unrealistic that we're going to get it done this season?
Yeah.
And then it can help us premise some of this?
Yeah, because if we get it approved and I kind of go to a tender with the idea that maybe gets done next year, we tender it late this year, that works as well.
I think you would see the community very happy to see that happen. I don't think you'd be unhappy. And I think then it makes our community more maneuverable, move people faster.
Skip over this one. Council already made the decision on this, but this was in the original list, so it's still here for reconciliation purposes. Next item, we've got the cemetery flower bed retaining wall entrance feature and some other work in terms of irrigation.
Another thing that's very passionate is the cemetery in this community. Very passionate. For $7,500, I'm not going to quit. Anything we can do up there. I'm not going to argue about those guys. No. People are passionate about this cemetery. Even when they've left this community and they come back to see their relatives that are buried here, they're very passionate about the cemetery.
Anna's decisions to keep.
Yes.
Okay. We've got expansion premised in 2020.
That's the new columbarium and the.
Nope, that's.
Columbarium is listed next.
Oh, sorry.
So that's the job that was designed and tendered in 2022 is deferred to 2028.
Try and put it in red here.
Presuming that we have the growth rate, or is growth the right word?
People are dying to get in there.
There's a demand, as long as there's demand.
Yeah. So yeah, that project, we still need that project. We still need the one we're working on right now and more actually on the 20-year horizon up there. So that one we're figuring is gonna, we start working on it again and retendering it in that area. We may have to adjust a budget based on years of when the dollars were actually bid. Bid prices may come down, but right now that's just a placeholder for roughly what it bid out at last time.
I mean, for me, the next, like the cemetery expansion, the columbarium, okay with them where they are.
So
Anybody?
the columbarium, though, my understanding is the columbarium has not been selling super lots of spaces and very few left. Is this a must do in 2025 or can we move it?
It's all based on space. That said, we have to be careful if we want things to be matchy-matchy up there in that one area,
Mhm.
that we don't run out of ability to do
Mhm.
things. We're putting the bases in with our current design, ready for them.
Mhm. I think half are sold.
Wow, we just opened that thing up last fall.
I can't
Wow.
remember. Stephanie was not, I shouldn't say that, maybe not even half. I think there are some places where it's selling well and then some where it's not. Some people say it's too expensive. So it's not as much pickup as we like. However, what happens is when we let everybody take a burial plot to put in remains, then we run out of burial plots, right? So we really need people to accept the columbarium because we can't keep putting people.
And once we get that little corner where they're going
Very uncomfortable.
developed, it's gonna look really neat, because I've even got a base for a wind phone planned up there, so.
Yep. Councilor Egan.
Yeah, the other thing that I thought you were gonna be developing too is a place where people put ashes and then put a little plaque.
That's in our current plan that we haven't tendered yet.
That'd be a lot less expensive.
In
Anything
standard,
we're doing.
Yeah,
standard,
but you still need a certain size plot.
Yep.
And again, we're gonna run out of.
I thought it wasn't plots. I thought it was just a big plaque and people put their little.
No, I think there's some like regulations around that stuff.
yeah, it's
It's
a
just ashes
scattering
that you
around
throw
the
in the
base of a
garden.
tree and then a spot where you put plaques. Yeah.
Did we get approved for that? Because most
Well,
places
the
won't.
the landscape people that do this for a living designed it, so
Okay.
I
There's
trust
a
them.
lot of regulations around scattering ashes.
Yeah, I know, I ate my mom's pretty well, because we put her off a Seawash Rock and we caught an upwind when it was awesome.
Are we still talking about green burials?
Yeah.
No, some people want that.
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
literally green burials.
Well, not you.
Like, based on this last comment.
Yeah.
Councilor Archer?
Do other places, or do we have it where people are also using the same plot for more than one family member where you can stack? Yeah, okay.
You can put a certain number of
Feet.
full burials or a burial and a certain number of
Urns or something?
urns.
I mean, not, this is a great marketing piece or anything, but I was just wondering if that was an option.
Well, you know what they do in Japan? Drill a 100-foot hole and you put it in a tin can and you just go down the hole and your name is, they bury 100 people in the same plot, just two. That's how it is.
That's not enough room left in the world for cemeteries.
Some of those cemeteries have 100,000 people in it, it's half the size of this room. But that's the
Anyways.
law.
Food for thought.
They don't have the room.
Food for thought.
It's like a stacking system. Anybody have any issues with that in 2025?
Sounds good.
It's keep does.
Hey, we've got the parking lot lighting upgrades at the rink parking lot.
Yeah, we had relabeled that because we did it last year to this Civic Center lot and everything now.
So is this still needing to be done? Or is this 45,000 for future, or is this a new number because we've already done some of that, or what are we looking at here?
This morning it was 25,000, not 45,000 for what we're doing over here. But we had, because we moved on the stuff at the maze last year,
Yep.
and we got it cost effective compared to what the initial numbers came in at, we were proposing to spend the money over here.
So the 45,000 is now the Civic Center.
Civic Center
Lighting
parking
upgrade,
lot, the decorative lights coming up along Mammoth Way here. Right name, yeah.
You know what, for me, that lighting over there has made a humongous difference. Everybody around there has said, hey, we don't have hardly any problems anymore. I got no problems keeping this one in for, the more light you have, the less problems you have. So I've got no problems with this unless somebody else does.
And these are all the tunable LEDs,
Yep.
so you can turn them up, turn them down, that kind of.
I see, I think it's a good direction to move in, but that's just me. Think the council have any other issues? No, we're good?
So the only other items that we haven't discussed within Public Works were in priority section that still need some final approval. We had the cross connection pickup with commercial canopy and the asphalt repair trailer. Focus on maintenance and ability to try and do some of that work efficiently. Those were the two priorities that we highlighted.
So the cross connection vehicle was originally planned out as a van. Vans are getting, facilities found that last year. They're very difficult to deal with. So the vision right now is a contractor type cab, slide out into a truck kind of a thing. So
Is that still at 74?
yeah, because by the time you buy the truck, man, those things have gone up these days. 55 grand will barely get you a regular cab truck these days.
So, just a question, so which gets used more, the cross connection or the asphalt trailer? Which would be used more?
Well, right now, we're not using an asphalt trailer at all, so the asphalt trailer concept is to speed up our operation, so that's something that should be moving all the time based on what I've seen on the roads around here. Cross connection is daily use as well. That's a full-time use vehicle.
For myself, I'm prepared to move on one, but not both. So I'd like to move one. If you had your druthers, which one would you prefer?
Seeing the way they're operating out of the utilities vehicles one are right now, I'd say the cross connection, getting that set up so it's stable, especially moving into water meter planning and all that kind of stuff is going to be a big deal. Right now, he runs back and forth to the shop every time he needs something, and setting up something where he can carry everything is important. We've been doing pothole patching the way we have been for a while, and
yeah, you guys hit the holes today. Thank you very much. It looks great out there.
Yeah, they got out there today, but
amazing. Does council have an issue with the 74 for this year and moving the asphalt to next year? Or do we move both of them off, or what are we doing?
Utility trailer. Well, it's not a utility trailer, but a trailer you could haul and put all of that cross connection stuff into.
yeah, that won't work. We talked about that. It won't work. That's a vehicle that's in and out of commercial buildings all the time, stopping, parking, backing up. He's not hauling a trailer to do what he's got to do. That's the guy running around doing all the meter checks and backflow checks and everything in all the businesses.
So why can't he have a trailer?
Because he'll run it into something in his first week.
It's gonna be a lot of tight maneuvering spaces into alleys. We wanna make sure that we're not putting him in a position where he's wasting time trying to figure out how to get into a spot, right? Or causing damage to somebody's building.
Yeah, I saw the liquor truck, great big truck driving today, and I thought, do it. Our guy should be able to do it.
Well, I'm sure they can do it, but he operates like a plumber. So, you know, if you envision your average plumber with a van pulling up to something, going in with his tools, doing something, coming back, and he's highly mobile. That's the issue. And trying to find a place to park something, not that, from what I've seen, most people pay attention to what the parking rules are here, as evidenced by the road in front of McDonald's and Tim Hortons. But back on that bandwagon, right? I don't know. To me, getting that stuff set up so it's functioning properly is critical. But
so are we okay with the cross connection this year and the asphalt trailer for 2025? You okay with that? I know we said no new vehicles, but this sounds like it's something that anything to make their job easier, I think we should be doing.
Okay, so we are finally through Public Works. We do have a few other small areas where we have capital spend. Excuse me. Get to some wrap-up comments about what we might be looking at taxation-wise in the bylaw. So small section here for exit 286. This is something that we've already committed to. I have made the adjustments for invoices that we received, work that was free, so just a slight change between draft 1 and draft 2 for that, but not discretionary capital. Sure. Next up, we've got community services. There's a number of line items that we had presented initially, and then staff have gone through, tried to some classifications for those. That includes projects that we may assign grant contingency, package up for grant applications, and some approvals and deferrals. This is the area where we do have those additional capital requests that draft one City Hall tract minute work that we need to. So council prefer to go line by line up top or through some of the changes that were considered by staff. Okay. So in terms of priorities, we've captured some of the additional projects that were added. There's 25,000 for the heat exchanger crack and at the leisure pool, the odor. Dave, if you want to jump up here and just explain the other 15,000 item just came up.
Which one will it start on?
No, so is there a third one that just came?
There's a third one, the 15,000.
Oh, third one came actually 15 minutes ago. A fourth one just came up just so we're
Okay, so tell us about both of those then.
Okay, tell them about both of them. The next one that'll be coming up is a $15,000 for the hot water tank at the Civic Center. Blew up on the weekend, so it has been shut down and we don't have hot water there now. At the Civic Center. Yep. Yep, that hot water tank was 2009, so it's well past its life of expectancy. So
How many gallons is it?
what's that?
How many gallons?
I believe that one is 80 gallons.
And it's $15,000?
We do hot water and
To $9,000, $900 for a new tank, and then the installation's roughly $3,000.
So what's the final price?
I just approximated at about $15,000 all in. So
Hot water tank.
it's a commercial tank.
No, I get that, but 80 gallons, holy smokes. Yeah, okay.
The next one is, we had lower on the list, it is the Arena brine pump. Yeah, it just went. I got a quick evaluation from Copper Valley from Brian, just because I wanted a number to be able to tell you guys a number. I just got another one from another plumbing company in Merritt here, and it seems like he's pretty accurate, but he's a little sharper on the pencil.
What's the brine pump?
Brine pump, we had evaluated about $35,000, but that was pump and motor, so need to dig into this one, whether we just reuse the old motor. This is an old piece of equipment that's been operational for 25 years, so it's exceeded its life expectancy, and we knew it was a matter of time. And I was hoping to get it till next year, but it went.
So we're talking brine pump, hot water tank.
Heat exchanger and motor for the leisure, pump and motor for the leisure pool. So those are four things we did not bring you the first time that are getting us to about $100,000 and are must-dos. There are other ones that are definitely not must-dos, and that we can try and get some grant funding in, or yeah, so the heat exchanger on the City Hall roof, the leisure pool pump and motor, the brine pump, and the hot water tank.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to even discuss.
Yeah, so I guess what we gotta look at then is what things can we push off that we were thinking about for this year.
There goes your truck, sorry.
There we go.
Too late. Sorry.
Um,
I like it better when Rick Green is standing there.
yeah,
He's not as expensive.
so the NVAC, the sound system, there's a $24,000 one, for that's premised for 2024. What do you think?
The
So-
Nicola Valley sound system, we can push that to 2020. Let's put that to 2025, the sound system. No reason to do it right now. We've got what we've got. The year's just about done. Let's just move that. Well, with today's enlightenment, that
Yeah, and with those projects, we're looking, trying to get a grant funding for them as well, so it's not gonna.
so
we'd be able to-
we'll end up moving that one to next. And try and do some grant funding on that.
So essentially,
What's the lifespan that we have? Like, when do we? Your expert opinion, how long do we have before it becomes untenable?
Flooring?
Which is that, the flooring?
Yeah.
Um,
Don't say tomorrow.
I don't want to say tomorrow. I mean, it's lasted through the flood. It's lasted through a lot of stuff we've done. We know it needs to be replaced, and yeah, we're trying to save costs. So if we can wrap that into grant funding projects, if we have to wait another year, knowing we're going to be doing it properly, I think that's the positive way to go.
and then the other option that we had was the suspension. That's an consider.
Yeah, I think having our half of our guys and other guys sitting on plastic things and sitting on chairs. I mean, our arena is old, but we don't need to make it any older than it
So I
actually
guess
is.
the question becomes, that's an investment that is primarily for the junior hockey team?
Yeah, but it's also, let's be honest here, I mean, beer league and men's night, those guys are just as big as the juniors.
Only if they all show up.
You know, but I'm just saying,
No.
it's an investment in the arena, you know, and I mean, it's a little embarrassing when you've got some of the opposing teams sitting in the hallway on a plastic chair. That's not the way this should be.
No, but is it the highest, like if you're thinking about, again, how you're gonna balance this budget? Do we want to do it this year? Do we want to do it next year? Do we want to do it the following
Well, we
year?
wouldn't be doing this until next year, basically for next year, right? So, for 18.5, I have no problems with moving that at 18.5. I don't want our arena to look any more bush than it actually is, and I mean, to see opposing players sitting on plastic benches, that's just not the way it's supposed to be. So,
So you mean you wanna have it done for?
for the next season, so it's, just leave it right where it sits. Yeah, leave it right where it sits. Now, maybe what we'll do, Kevin, is maybe we'll just put that in the red, and if something, I mean, let's redline that one. And if it comes truly to a point where we have to really make a decision on 18.5, then we can come back to this one, but I would like to leave it just as it sits. That's an expensive hot water tank. Well, we picked. Yeah,
No, he's not showing it moved there because
it's in the notes.
his, don't, yeah, we're not messing with this spreadsheet.
I need the chance to go back and work the bylaw.
Yeah, yeah.
That'll be the next stage that we get to with council, but there's a few other items that staff have recommended that we move at this time. So lighting and security cameras is something that's been deferred several years. Some privacy considerations, saying we can work through aspects out of the plan at this time. And then there's some possible deferrals on some of the park spaces, Civic Center, the ice machine will wait for full failure for replacement. So those are options available.
So that's lighting at the back.
Concerns around how long that useful life will continue, but we're saying we could come to council and actually.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's put.
Yeah, when it dies, we'll come for you for $5,000.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then some of that lighting stuff, we can, I think, you know, so the lighting and security cameras, we haven't had them. Do we want to just take them out for now and we'll come to you?
Yeah, let's take them out for now. Take them out for now. We've got by without.
Well, again,
Well-
that's not ours, like, you know, we can only do so much. The electrical assessment, the director's suggesting it can be removed, doesn't have to happen. Again, so if we had an issue where we were doing any upgrades where we needed an electrical assessment, we could bring that back.
if we have a minus in front of something, let's just remove it with, it could come back with something. There's no sense going through it if it's gonna be removed, let's just, they're offered to be removed, so let's just remove. There's a minus in front of them, they're.
Well, they all have minuses in front of them.
And then we've got the park bathroom renovations as well. Is there a timing on when we want to try and defer that to, or do we want to put it out of the bylaw window and back to it?
I think pull it right out of the window so you don't have to muck around with it, and then if we have to come back, we have to.
Yeah, again, if we have some funding or we have some opportunities to bring it together with something else.
So old ice machine. How many times have we footballed that thing back?
So all of these projects in here where there was some minus signs in this general area where we were going to work the next year on packaging up projects into grant applications. So essentially what I would do by law is assign grant. Funding comes in, staff are successful in that pursuit projects. Because the funding is your decision.
Yep.
As
No,
a
I agree.
package, or is council
I
okay
agree
with
with
that
that, yeah.
recommendation?
So what we'd be kind of looking at is for something like the ICIP funding where we could maybe package a number of our buildings together under the recreation stream, and that could include those bathrooms or could, you know, some of that stuff. But again, we're just waiting to see what they open up. Just waiting super patiently.
Yep, good idea. Doing that work.
I'll make some notes in pen here. So I've
Just breaking the computer. Aggressive.
see if we can get this moved or at least. Okay. Is there any other ones to discuss? So out in 2028, we had initially premised some work on the flooring at the arena. Conversations with the director who that might be able to conduct some operational work that we got on the operational budget as staff capacity. So that's a recommendation that we've got for trying to save on the capital side, try and pick it up on.
Dave, is there a way that we can start possibly thinking about redoing that mezzanine? I mean, it's so 1970s that it's probably the ugliest place in town.
The mezzanine flooring?
Well, as
whole mezzanine.
even the display cabinets, like just something more modern. I mean, it just looks so it just looks so uninviting up there. So I'm not saying that, like if there's something in the future, just something that we could make a change up there.
We can roll that into facility upgrade.
Yeah, it just
Again, if that grant funding opens up again, we can roll all that stuff into facility upgrade.
yeah, it's been looking that way for
And
so long.
it's due for an upchange. I know Merit Minor Hockey has an abundance of trophies that are well overstocked. Merit Centennial, same thing, are filled up in those
It's
cages.
just some different cabinets and, you know, maybe look at a different design. I mean, that's in the future, but I mean,
There's also been talk of activity of putting a little kids center up in there as well and being able to do something like that. So I definitely be interested in that.
And
Yeah.
in the possible deferral section, we had highlighted a few others at the aquatic center, and this will be similar to what happened tonight in terms of one pump at the pool that just failed recently, where we would bring it to you on failure and amendment. So that was kind of the strategy, is we take out the proactive, you know, planning for it, bring it. Absolutely.
Okay, we defer this, whatever. In 3 months, something totally fails. Where do we get the money?
So we'll have to look at our reserve positioning at that point, because we don't have any taxation plans around some of those capital anyways. So there's things that are eligible under the gas tax reserve. I haven't spent all of it in that 5-year window. Put it back for peace, and that's where this it helps maintain recreational facilities. There are some eligible projects that gas tax reserve.
So we're talking about having contingency funds and reserves. Is there wiggle room to set up a reserve for the arena and the pool? Those seem to be areas where there's a lot of equipment that could go wrong. Could we set up a fund for those two spots and start feeding it money?
Certainly recommend that, and we were trying to start this year with water and sewer because that's the biggest risk that the city faces. Future budget cycles, we would absolutely love to start working, establishing some lines that create that recurring funding stream, recognizing that this year, even at 12.5%, we're still going to take 1,000 just to balance the operational budget. So this is probably not the year that we can start that. But
we could look into
But in future years, we
Okay.
absolutely recommend doing that. Once we're through the next two, things start to settle back into more manageable taxation increase. And so creates options for creating some of these lower line items.
I think that's the biggest thing, right? We can't rely on getting money at the end of the year to put it. You have to build it into your budget so that it's part of your taxation. If it's a 0.5%, if it's a full percent, that's going to be a council decision from every year. But, just saying, oh, we'll put 10,000 this year and that's, or we'll put 100,000 this year, but we won't be doing it regularly. There's no benefit to that. We're not going to earn enough interest for it to really be meaningful. Whereas if you're putting it as part of your operational budget and people know that it is part of the cost of running the organization, again, when we get to that asset management work, you will see a 20-year asset plan. In 2016, we were meant to be putting over $5 million a year away in order to offset the costs over the next 10 years for capital work, capital infrastructure. Clearly, nobody had $5 million a year away, and we haven't put enough away to even come close to that. But that's the cost of replacements, $5 million a year. That's the cost of replacing our city infrastructure.
So what I would recommend is that we try and get through the first couple years where the taxation increase is going to be challenging, focused on water sewer, then starting in that third year, some options to discuss. Inflation, hopefully.
And if we have any wiggle room this year, we'll bring that back to you as part of the bylaw, right? If there is a chance where we could build in a small contribution to a reserve fund without increasing the taxation rate from what we've already predicted, without changing, we're not going to take more out of reserve to put more in reserve, right? Like, so we're going to, but if there's anything, we'll bring that to you, and even if it's a small contribution for the first year or the first 2 years, then at least you're making it. But it's not going to be the priority for this year. It'll be the priority for 2026.
Okay.
So I think we've made decisions on all of the services capital. At the fire department, we had some projects that we've largely tried to either create a reserve funding strategy that is already built in budget on the operational side, or that we've been actively pursuing grant opportunities. So we've had a lot of conversation with the Climate Secretariat, try and get some of the work around things like plugs, master plan, and things like that. Not going to then be passed up from taxpayers, and so those conversations are going well. Actively hard at work on that, and then we've got our big equipment purchases that'll happen. Engine 2, we've spread out the costs over 25 and 26. This is something that was last year's, or 24 and 25, sorry. It's something that was in last year's bylaw. I've just updated the cost a little. Very precious.
Chief, can I have you come up for a second? Just going to ask you a question. So you know my view on kind of being forced into this. I still think we should have somebody else that makes these decisions. It baffles me that we buy a pump surrounded by an entirely new truck. It just drives me nuts. What engine is this replacing?
This is engine 2005 vintage.
So we're going to get ROI, return on investment on that, we're gonna put it up for sale, I'm assuming?
Yeah, that's it.
We're not giving these away anymore.
Yeah, I mean, not everywhere requires the 20-year replacement.
I get that.
You know, in the NWT, they haven't adopted an FPA, and I think there's places in the States too that they sell older trucks. So we'll put it out. We'll put it out on the websites and see what happens.
So we move on 2024. When do we actually see the engine arrive? 2025?
2026,
Okay.
which is basically when it's due.
Okay.
It's a 2-year build essentially, and that's why we're trying to address it now so that we get it under construction.
Now, if we do not move on this, this affects our ability to insure our community, correct?
It'll affect our insurance grading, both commercial lines and dwelling protection grade as well.
So
We
we're
have-
basically left with no choices here. Yeah, no, I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, this is something we've got to, I mean, this will be like my sixth engine I've bought since I've sat on council, so we've never really had the ability to discuss any other option than buying the thing, so.
Yeah, and we've been in a tough spot too because years ago, councils did make those purchases and then we've ended up where we have regular purchases within
Yes.
only years apart from one another. Don't forget, 2029, we have a large purchase, and that's with the ladder truck will be replaced. And with changes in our OCP and trying to densify, and we're going up, we're looking at a larger truck. So that means
So if we
greater cost.
decide, let's say somebody comes into town, builds an 8-story apartment building. Do we have the equipment to cover that, or do we have to now buy something to cover that if that gets built?
Well, we'll never reach 8 stories, but we will be graded against the number of buildings that we have over X amount of stories, and that also includes mill buildings and
Right.
Barkmans and all those as well. But that will adversely affect our grading.
How much can we expect?
My opinion, we're $50,000 or less.
That's fine. It's better than giving it away. We've given far too many of those away. And then we get nice pictures back with everybody riding on it.
Where
Thanks, suckers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do we want to go in these line by line, or what?
So the only option that we had pulled out for possible deferrals is to extend the savings strategy replacement date for the self-contained apparatus. That was something that we were initially premising to try and save for 5 years and spend 8. We feel we can moderate that a little bit on the operational side, saving for it for a period, recognizing that it will come with it.
Because we've already been over this.
Came up on the operational
Yeah.
savings side. This is the capital side.
Yeah, so I guess that's the way it sits. We're good. We at least get a hat when we buy a new fire engine.
Strangely, not anymore.
What?
John Deere gives you a hat, and you spend a whole lot less than 850
My
grand,
brother
not by
used to
much.
build fire engines.
Couple other remaining line items. On the capital side, we've got IT, which is a recurring line that we make investments in. Projects here in the near term outside of the regular infrastructure program. And then we've got the bylaw trailer for shopping carts that we want to execute on.
Sure.
Would you like me to explain? Because it's my idea. So when Wes goes out to get a shopping cart, he's got to open the back of the truck, pick it up, and shove it in. So you're looking at a repeated workplace injury at some point. And then he has to take them to the city works yard, yank them out, and set them down. Whereas if we have a low slung trailer, he can just wheel them on, stack them in, and carry more than 2. I think he can only carry 2. Is it 2 or 1? In the bylaw truck. Yeah, so if he's got to pick up 4 or 5, that's more time that he takes away from doing bylaw to pick up carts. So the whole idea is to pick this up, stack them on, bang, 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 take them down to the work yard or wherever or whatever bylaw we come up with to have them returned. But it's the ability, and I mean, I think Wes would use it for more other things than just shopping carts. It would be for many other things, but ask someone to repeatedly pick one of those things up and shove them into a trailer sideways full of junk and garbage that you now have to, I
We're
think.
not gonna call it junk and garbage.
Well, it is,
Contents.
Councilor Petrosi.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. And it's gonna be a multi-purpose trailer is what it's gonna be, so.
Well, I mean, even Mr. Green could use it for
Right,
something,
yep.
so.
Yep.
Mhm. Not for $7,000. $7,000 for a brand new aluminum, I think that's a good deal. I know what I paid for my enclosed one. And it's only 6 by 6 by 5, so
It's pretty small.
I paid $3,500 for it, so. I mean, you could go for a used one, but I don't know what you'd get, but anyways. Councilor Richard?
No, I think the use of the trailer is good. The bylaw truck has other things that he has to keep in that vehicle as well. It's not as if it's empty and, you know, stuff for catching stray dogs or whatever. So it's not like the back of the box of that truck has a lot of room. So when you start putting carts in there and you have a trailer that you could use for other functions even in town, I think it's a good deal. And trailers don't depreciate half as quickly as normal cars and trucks.
I could sell mine for probably $1,000 more than I bought it. I've had
And
it for
that,
4 years.
that is a weird trend that we're finding in insurance, at least, where we're finding that values are similar. Like used vehicles are selling for more than new in some cases. Well, maybe not right now, but that was a trend last year, so
So,
it's
and
not all that much.
I think the biggest thing then is this is an investment in a service that we do not have to provide and that is being thrust upon us. And we've talked about how to manage this. And I guess what we would like before we do any more work is a sense from council. Are you interested in requiring there a fine system or a pay to get them back system? And if so, then the corporate officer will start developing that bylaw.
So this is the third time tonight someone has taken my suggestion.
Sorry,
because
we're just
this-
hanging out in there.
This is what I would really like to see, and I agree with the trailer. I think it's a great idea, but I would really like to address
Well, we will
a
because we
trailer.
decided
Or, I
that
mean,
the
shopping carts.
trailer would generate in fines what he delivers when he delivers them back to eventually cover the cost of the trailer.
Yeah.
So
So
we definitely have to
We will
have,
proceed with
course
producing
we-
some sort of enforcement bylaw around this.
and I think.
That's first,
you know,
second, third offenses too.
No first, second, or third. Pay it right up. So we're good on that one.
Great,
Kevin?
great, perfect.
Yep.
Okay, so that takes us to the end of our capital list. Next, yes, I know, it's been a long couple nights. Thank you for your engagement and direction on it. I have to sharpen my pencil a little bit on some of the capital. There was some things I thought might get deferred that we're proceeding with at least basis, so I have to look at that. We bring the bylaw for you. So that's really the next stage. I guess to conclude, what I'll say is to re-anchor on what we're probably looking at when it comes. So for 2024, at 12.5% taxation increase, we will still require $400,000 out of reserves. You remember in the December committee of the whole meetings, we were hoping that 2024 would be the last year that any reserves to balance. So that will be something that you will see February, hopefully we'll get that bylaw in front of you. A little bit of good news, in 2025, we were initially thinking that it would be 2 back-to-back 12.5s. Some of the savings that council extended last night in service by service, we brought that down to about 11% with an increase for 25. So I'll pull all those savings that we're extending out through the bylaw window. It's generated some savings. The good news is as we get through those first 2 years of the bylaw, which are tough, and I recognize that, start to see hopefully moderating inflation impacts. That's what we built into the plan. We start to see taxation within that 4% range. That's the preliminary estimate that we've been looking at. That's factoring in things like 100,000 for roads, sidewalks, etc. Doesn't have any additional line items for reserves at the arena or aquatic center, things like that. So those are decisions that we might want to make for pressing. So I'm not going to build any of that in right now. Things bare bones. Get to 6. Hopefully we can start making huge enhancements in our sustainability and risk management. That's what I'm looking at.
So
think
we're
if
still
it's-
$400,000 in reserves we need.
Well, when you start kind of putting all of this together, he'll be able to explain why that you did come up with some more savings, but we're gonna have some additional capital stuff.
So there's connections between the capital program, operational budget, go through equipment financing. I've started estimating debt payments that we'll have for equipment that we're buying in that 5-year
And that
bylaw
goes into
window.
the operating.
And that comes into the operational side, taxation. So I've had to do a little bit of estimating around that, sharpen all of that, and get it by.
So we really, we're looking at those two low double-digit years that are going to be hard on everybody, but it gets us started on the right path. And I think then when you're looking at 2026, onward, we can be saying, okay, we can go 4% or we can go 5% or we can go 6%, which are still very typical taxation rates, annual increases, and determine how much of that is going to go into reserves, right? Like if you're going to add a percent, if you're going to decide between 4% and 5%, but 5% just gets us another $100,000 into reserves every year, or between 4% and 6%, and it gets us $200,000. When we're talking about, and we can start to bring you some of these examples as well, but when we're saying that, we're not saying that people's taxes are going to go up $500, right? Like that's not what happens in taxes. It's not that big of an increase usually. So when we're talking a percent increase here or a percent increase there, it's really small numbers for residential tax.
Because I will jump on that point a little bit in terms of overall weighting taxation. Residents will see at the very bottom of their tax bill. So there's going to be pieces for parcel tax, for municipal taxes, RD, etc. To the extent that some of those lines do not go up 12.5%, our residents will actually see overall bottom line bill. Right, so if parcel tax goes up 5 and TNRD, we don't know, we've had preliminary estimates. So there's things that are unknown in terms of school taxes and other taxes. But if those all come in less than 12.5, our residents on average won't see full 12 bottom of their tax bill. Because not all of the people going up 12.5. Some of them are parcel tax 5. So the bottom line bill that residents should actually be less than 12.5. So what'll happen is residents will have to see whether their house went up, down, and average. And so there will be some shifts in taxation burden based on how their assessment relation to the average. So we still have some work to do, get some final assessment rules and to convert, taxation into mill rates for all of the classes. So still got some work to do on that piece. Address that bylaw for May, but most importantly, have a basis for trying to get the actual financial plan in front of you that will form that taxation.
Councillor Egan.
Okay, so just to be clear, next couple of years, we have double-digit increases, and then say 3 to 5 years afterwards, are we going up another 4 to 6% on top of those double digits, or are we going back to?
So you never go backwards.
No.
Yeah, I know, that's what I
You
mean.
never go backwards,
No.
right?
I know.
And when you think about municipal taxation, just like if you're thinking about buying a truck and you decide, okay, I'm gonna start saving for a truck, you anticipate there's going to be inflation every year. So you never go backwards because it never costs less to run the community. But the increases year over year gets, well, we wanna see those get small, because we have a better financial plan. So as we see our financial plan come to fruition, we will see those increases year to year. Hopefully, unless there's some crazy, again, shift that got us to this place in regards to, COVID and the tanker that blocked the Suez Canal and couldn't get, like all of those things that led to our current state of the world. We hope to be able to see those over year rates come down, but your tax bill is never going to go down.
But the other thing we have to realize too is most people that are in the community that are working do see a cost of living, or if they're in the union, they do see increases in their pay every year. It's not like they're still stagnant at 4 years ago. Most people see, I mean, we're on pensions, I see a 4% cost of living every year.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're raising and they're not having anything happen to theirs.
Yeah, we don't want to
But
outpace
you're already
that,
on.
right? We just don't want to outpace that. We want to try and stay as close to that as we can.
So I'll
Can't
be
for
honest,
these 2 years, but that's our goal for the
I'll be
future.
honest with you, I've been very upfront with people that ask me about taxes, and they're not happy, but they're not upset, but they're very strict, the fact that we are not spending this foolishly, that they're willing to push the wagon and get us into a better spot, but we need to be careful of what we're doing with it, that, you know, you build those reserves, you do this, you do that. And I've said, yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do, because the community has to stay viable. And I think, you know, what we're doing is a good job. I do. I know it's tough to take, but it's what we have to do. Councillor Turner.
I really don't want to, but eventually are we going to get to these other items that we never discussed? We only got up to finance and we left off at museums and senior center.
I think beginning of the meeting, I asked if there was any other questions on
Oh,
services
I missed
before
that
we
one
proceeded to capital. So I did
Okay.
open that up for conversation. If there's items that we want to discuss while the director team is here, we're okay with that, but I didn't have any takers on.
Oh, I see what you meant with this stuff here. Oh, okay. I thought it was from the other night. Well, no, I'm not opening anything up now.
I'm killing your mic. I sure did.
I mean, I will say that, over the last 2 nights as a team, we appreciate council's engagement in this process, and we recognize that it was a bit of a different process this year. We want this council to really be thinking strategically, long-term, what is the next generation need right now? Right? Just like we think about climate change and the environment, what does this next generation need right now? Because we cannot leave our kids in a position where they can't afford to have an arena or a recreation center or, you know, any of those things, and all they have is water and sewer and roads, because that's not what makes a community. That's what makes it a physical place, but it doesn't make community. It doesn't make people want to come together and live in a place, right? So as you guys have worked through this really challenging process, and I think when we started this in December, some eyes went like, holy crap, excuse me. But I think that was a really important process, because we cannot look at budget as a year-over-year thing. We cannot look at capital planning as a year-over-year. It's got to be a long-term plan. And so what we've tried to present you is a strategy for how we're addressing these deficits, and a strategy for hopefully how the next set of councillors and the next set of councillors will start to view the sustainability of the community. Because that's the biggest part. You know, the mayor, not really in jest, said, you know, we could just become a part of the TNRD and incorporate, but nobody wants that to happen. But that is an actual possibility if we're not able to sustain ourselves financially. And you can always make a year work, but when a disaster happens and we have nothing in reserve and we have nothing to fall back on, you know, we've done no benefit to anybody coming in the future. And I think those are the hardest decisions you guys are making, really thinking 10, 20, 30 years.
Well, I just want to say thank you for you guys, all the hard work you've done and how you've poured yourself into it. The director's sitting here now, night after night, and pulling back on stuff to make it work. So I think it's been a really great team effort. So I'm really pleased with everything. I think you guys deserve a pat on the back. You know what? Take the rest of the day off.
This is about when he goes home anyways.
Are you done, Kevin? Oh, we're out of here.